All right. Let us begin.
And I'm running for office. Please vote for Ethan Klein, 2025. You know, guys, I'm all dressed up once again because when it's time to come tap dance on the haters, I gotta look pretty doing it. These
So he's gonna talk about oh, you guys can't even see this. I thought you could see this in the entire time.
haters are not gonna catch me. Click back. And I'm running for office. Please vote for Ethan Klein, 2025. You know, guys, I'm all dressed up once again because when it's time to come tap dance on the haters, I gotta look pretty doing it. These haters are not gonna catch me, clip me not looking like a doll, right? They won't catch me sliding along. They won't catch me without my Vacheron skeletal perpetual in platinum. You know what I mean? They're not gonna catch me slipping.
Okay, can we skip this? He's copying Hassan but failing. Well, I would think he's more copying me. You know when I put on the streamer where it's fit to flex on the haters? He's like doing that, but like his fit's not as good as my fit was. I'll be real. I'll do it better. Titty Fresh ain't doing good, so I guess he can't wear clothes for free anymore.
Forgot. Asmongold had the funniest.
It's also like, you know what I said before about like the live stream
about me. I'm not even mad. You know what I mean? I'm not even mad. I think it's fine when people talk about this. Obviously, I know that
I've
like.
held off on watching this, so I'm so curious about
you're
this take.
You're gonna lose
You're
it.
for a treat.
It's just insane.
I haven't
It is,
seen
it's
it either.
insane.
All right. Let me...
But I know that online, like in the leftist Ethan hate circles, everybody's pretending like they don't know I have Tourette's and acting like I'm addicted to cocaine or something, which is like obvious.
I mean, two things can be true at once if we're being entirely real. I don't know Ethan Klein's usage with or drug usage, but
Obviously, douche.
Obviously, two things can be true.
And
thanks, Dan. Thanks, Dan. Me and Dan are on the same wavelength.
pathetic. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the cocaine makes it worse. Yeah, don't get me wrong.
It's also
But
like, you know what I said
this
before.
I've never heard this. I've actually never heard this vocalized before.
Okay.
I mean, even I guess listen, even in his chat, it's like cocaine, which I don't think these people know what drug addiction looks like.
Nah, yeah.
Hey,
But okay,
no one
fine.
said that Ethan was addicted to drugs. They just said that Ethan used drugs. He's saying that because people are calling him a cokehead because of his sniffing takes. I know what he's saying.
Fine, I'm on cocaine. Whatever you think. It's a neurological disorder, you know, that I'm forced to sit in front of you every day and battle.
Wow. He's so brave.
I'm the real. I am.
Stop, he is.
I am.
Did you see that RFK specifically said that when he was a kid, Tourette's wasn't a thing?
Who said that?
RFK Jr.
He said that.
Oh, yeah.
Just the other day.
My uncle has Tourette's, which is his age.
I know Roger Ailes.
I'll pull up the clip for after this.
There was a good Jon Stewart segment about him. He
Just
read
Is that
and it makes them live streaming with like those,
So here's Asmongold on my Tourette's.
okay?
or about like the live streaming, like him live streaming with like those ticks and stuff like that. I think it does delegitimize him and it makes him look unhinged.
What? Okay, that's insane. That is a crazy take. That is wild. And I love Ethan being like, yeah, this doesn't bother me. This is actually kind of funny. But like, if you say Ethan's crashing out, you're ableist. You know what I mean? Like, it's always just a level of charitability for right-wingers and reactionaries. Right? He's like, yeah, this very clearly is ableist. Right? It's like, you know, well, he's not a leftist, and I don't have a problem with him. Like, I have a problem with Hassan, so like, who cares? right? Who cares? But like, you know, if you say Ethan is crashing out or Ethan needs help, you're ableist.
Because people don't understand like what Tourette's is. Like, for example, if you go back and you watch a lot of my old videos, I used to cover my mouth a lot whenever I would smile because I was missing all my teeth here, right? And so I didn't want people to see that because I thought it would look bad. So in often cases, there are things that you probably just shouldn't display to your audience, or you should try to avoid displaying to your audience, even though...
Asmongold, I don't know if you know this, but it's not really up to me. Trust me, I wish that I wasn't...
That's insane. That is a wild take. Yeah, just stop having Tourette's, Sweaty. Just stop your takes, Sweaty. Yeah, just stop it. It makes you look bad. You want to guess how says why Asmon lost his teeth on the side? No, I don't care.
Ticking out and people thinking, I love how he goes, it delegitimizes you.
I'm trying to navigate my way through his logic. So is he insinuating that like you're insecure and you shouldn't be because like does he mean that
he makes his point.
No, he's ableist. He's saying that like displaying your tics makes people like you less because you need to be the perfect human being. That's really it. Right? It's literally Nazism. It's straight up Nazism. It's like if you have a visible disability, and if you're not like the perfect specimen according to Asmongold, you should not be seen. You should be hidden away. You should be locked away somewhere. That's what it is. This is ideologically consistent for Asmongold. Right? You cannot be anything other than what he's deemed as like normal, and if you are, you can't show that because you are now delegitimizing yourself. You know what I mean?
He drives it home.
Okay, let's
hear him out.
But isn't he famously have a lot of tics? Doesn't he like tick out on?
I don't think he really.
Not really.
Ticks.
I think he's just gross, right?
No, maybe.
He's got other.
But he'll like
he's got other issues, but not ticking.
He'll like hit his head on the keyboard and shit.
Oh, okay.
No, that's not true. He has an eyebrow tick that he's always doing like this.
I'm seeing that right now on Reddit.
No, he has a.
So the
But I don't
post
think
is
he has
a pretty prominent eyebrow tick.
this is on his sub, and it's the post is titled "Is his eyebrows tick contagious?"
Well, actually, like we touched on, if you have Tourette's or maybe even a tick disorder, it can be contagious.
I think he's just like mega expressive with his.
No, it's a tick.
Oh, fair enough.
I mean,
I think I've even
you're
heard
more
it
tuned into this than because I can't say I've ever even noticed the eyebrow thing.
It's
but
Is that a? I don't know if that's like Ethan's not like a neurologist. He can't make that call though, can he? He can't say no. This is definitely a tick. Like he's like tick investigating like Asmon, being like, he's does that have false teeth? I don't know.
definitely a tick.
It's a meme in his community.
okay.
Wait, yeah, there's a highlight on our channel called "Battle of the Eyebrows: Asmongold versus Ethan."
I mean, that's what ticks are.
It's a tick.
But
I mean, listen, it's.
I don't know. Ethan is just, sure.
It's not a like strong one. My Tourette's used to.
No, you're probably right.
I used to have a similar one where it was just my eyebrows, and people said the same thing.
Yeah.
I just thought you were expressive, which is great. I don't want people to. Don't want people to focus on
Does
that.
it matter? Not really, but it is such a weird thing for Ethan to say. Right? It doesn't matter, but like, because it doesn't matter, why? Like, how does that change the argument you're making? It doesn't make sense to me.
But anywho.
They're a part of your identity, because it could lead people to have conclusions about you or draw those conclusions that are not charitable. And I know it might sound like a heartless thing to say, But I'm a pragmatic person, and I'm just being honest, and I'm trying to look out for what I think is in somebody's best interest.
So, like, I'm not saying
What
that
are
you're
you
not,
saying he's
I'm not
supposed to
saying
do
you're not
about it?
pragmatic or that you're not being
the Content Cop style video by him by the end of the year. No.
honest, which I appreciate the honesty, of course. It's just, what do you want me to do with that info? You know?
Right.
How are you helping me? That's like when the doctor goes, there's this famous Brian Regan joke. He goes, I went to the optometrist, and he looked at me.
I did not think we were going to get a Brian Regan mention in 2025.
He said, I just want to let you know your left eye is slightly set lower than your right eye. There's nothing I can do about it. I just want you to be insecure about it for the rest of your life. Like, what do
He's
you...
a comedian. That... How do I explain this? He was going in like 2004. Yeah, he's like not like an old school comedian, but like, is he washed? Not that he's washed. He just hasn't had any emotion recently. But I don't know if it's like if it's just because I became aware of him because. Okay, let me explain this. In the what is it called? Chrysler minivan. They have like these built-in channels, and one of the channels that is built in is the Laugh Factory. And so we had like the same 5 comedians play in this minivan. There's a freaking cat in here. I don't know how it got in here. When I was a kid, I was listening to his bits on Pandora. Yeah. And so like he was one of the comedians. He's a clean comedian, but edgy enough for adults to love.
What do you want me to do about it, buddy? I have Tourette's, you know?
They're obviously Jewish.
I don't know what that bit's about.
Brian Regan, is he Jewish? Maybe.
What was the relevance of that one?
Okay, it's not just me. Okay, they were all confused. We were all confused. Cosmopolitics, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, we're talking about Ethan Klein. I'm so sorry. 10 gets it subs, we moved to League of Legends. Okay, I won't move to League of Legends right now. But maybe I will in the future. Do we know who does the soundboard? It's Zach. Zach does the soundboard.
Just throwing that out.
Throw it out there. It's never a bad idea.
I'm just seeing if it's stuck.
Yeah, it's never a bad idea.
And sometimes that means telling them something they might not want to hear.
How does that help?
Some real drama. True.
There's a lot of...
I just don't understand what...
At the very beginning of this, I thought he was just going to simply state that it gives people the impression that you might be on drugs or something, which we were just talking about. I mean, that is something that people say, but this is veered off to the left here.
It's just I just don't understand how it's constructive.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, you have Tourette's and people think you're crazy. You should probably
just stay off the
disappear.
internet.
You should just quit
shut
making
up.
videos. Like, bro, I've been doing this podcast for 10 years at this point, live. Okay, like, you know, what do you mean? It's fine. It's fine. I'm doing fine.
Well, he's
You know what I
basically
mean?
telling you not to tick, right? Because he said he used to not smile to cover his like teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah, just do that.
So just don't tick.
That in that analogy.
No, he's got a good point.
So whenever I feel a tick coming, I'll just do this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, maybe. Yeah.
Maybe Nate could cut away.
Yeah, we need a tick button. You press it and I switch off.
So if when I do like this, maybe I should turn around or something. I don't know. Yeah.
There you go.
Maybe I'll keep my hand below the desk. Maybe that could work.
Yeah.
The thing is, I'm not ashamed of it. I'm not embarrassed, and I choose not to hide from it or to be ashamed of it, because people shouldn't be ashamed and hide authentic parts of their personality or parts of their character. You know what I mean?
Keeps going.
And also, I think that people with Tourette's.
Where's the Frogan bit at? Also, I don't care about their 100 men versus a gorilla take, because mine is the only take that's correct.
That's an insane.
I remember the
fuck
story
up,
a little
man.
bit differently, but I guess I'll take your word for it, because you did do the work to fix it.
I mean, this is like a 5-year-old thing.
Yeah.
Anywho, go ahead and Asmongold. Maybe he has.
What's your take?
Useful.
Watch one of the VODs from yesterday. You see Sean C's take now. What's your take? I literally talked about it yesterday for like an hour.
Advice for me.
Be the truth, but that's the truth.
But I did see T-Pain's video that he posted, and basically somebody stole my take because nobody is taking into account the morale. People who are like, oh yeah, like the 100 men can definitely just jump on and beat up one gorilla, right? They all just jump them together. I'm just like, yeah, but once you see the first 5, right, 5, 6 men get their heads taken clean off, you running away, right? But you switched from 1-on-1 to group fight. No, I did not switch from anything. I gave context based upon everything that we say, right? What is the scenario that works to take down one gorilla? I don't think 100 men in one arena versus one gorilla is going to work with no plan. Because if there's no leader, the morale's cooked. The morale is cooked. Because once you see a gorilla taking buddy's head clean off, like, you're not fighting him anymore. You can choose 100 men is the only way you can win. 100 random men are not winning. Now, even then, like, when people say like you have to be 100% dedicated to the cause, then like, yes, but like, you never know how somebody's going to react in a situation where like they see their buddy's head taken clean off. You know what I mean? Did you have gameplays on the football field? I did. One of the girls speaks sign language. Can I try to befriend him that we escape and go on adventures? Well, you only get one gorilla, so like you're rolling the dice there. Right? Here. There is a plan that I think can work to take down one gorilla with 100 men. And I'll relitigate it very simply. One person is the referee. They are the rule maker. They take control. Everybody has to listen to the referee. The referee selects 9 men, right? 9 men in order to be sacrifices. Their bodies are given up to the cause. They are killed and their limbs are turned into weapons. Right? We split the other 45 men in half. Put them on opposite sides of the arena. Right? And they start to run around the gorilla. Now the gorilla has to choose. Do they chase, right, this 45, the red team, or do they chase this 45, the blue team? If the gorilla chases the red team up here, the blue team flanks behind him. If the gorilla chases the blue team down here, the red team flanks behind him. Right? And so the red team, and so if they chase the blue team, red team flanking behind him, they come up behind him with the weapons, and they just beat the gorilla with the bone clubs and bone spears. And when the gorilla turns around to fight them, the blue team takes out their bone spears and bone clubs, and they beat them up. This way, you might lose an extra 5 or was it? Let's say 4 to 6, 4 to 6 lives, but the gorilla's gonna be dead in no time. That's it. So complicated for what? I have a plan to take a gorilla with 1 man, but everyone be supposed to be a hater and it's legitimately the best solution. No deaths. You gotta suck it till you fall asleep. Boom, you win. Insane. Femur to his face? Exactly. Y'all don't understand. Me as the last man standing with other gorilla kills 99. We can end this now. It's not too late. Gorilla. Talk no jutsu the gorilla. It's possible. But yeah, no, that's my plan. But like in 100 versus 1 setting, the men lose. Okay, maybe not lose, but they lose a lot of men. I think the gorilla can take down a solid 70 men in a setting like that. Do you win if you befriend the gorilla, or is it a draw? No, you have to kill the gorilla. Or the gorilla has to kill all of you. Or all of you die. There's no befriending the gorilla. 100 is enough to overwhelm it. You just take heavy losses. You're not wrong if all 100 men are dedicated to the cause, and they're not. Right? Because again, think about if you were there, chat. If you saw little Timmy's head got taken off, clean off his shoulders, you're not fighting that gorilla. So like, you're not doing 100 men versus 1 gorilla at that point. You're doing like 5 men are already dead, 40 men are running away, and you have 55 men left. Wait, is that? No. Yeah, it's 55. 55 men left. So it's 55 men versus 1 gorilla. And I don't like those odds for the men. I wouldn't fight the gorilla in fear of Maya judging me. Tim knew he was getting into. That's on him. $55 dumb men as well. 55 desperate men. If you can't leave, the fear can lead to adrenaline. Maybe, or it can lead, again, fight or flight. Right? There's no way of knowing out of 100 random men if put in a life and death situation if they would fight or they would flight. There's just no way to know. Right? Or you just freeze, not even fight or flight. Yeah. If the men know the stakes, they win. You don't know that. There's a lot of people who think that that's the case. It's in your id part of the brain. You just don't know how you'd react. Yeah. Wait until like 20 dudes die and then make a weapon out of their bodies, like existence, and cap that ape. Is this a reaction to a reaction of a reaction of a reaction that you're about to divide by 0? No, we've been deeper before. I do have to run to the bathroom though. So here, enjoy this. I'll go run to the bathroom. Here, we're gonna skip to the Frogan video.
Causing me a whole pain in the ass. I'll tell you what, man. I never want to see or talk about a frog again.
Froggy never did anything wrong. Froggy! Froggy!
That's just, well, that's true for Lena's opponent.
Yeah, funky frog bait is the good frog.
Yeah.
The frog kid.
This shit cracks me up.
So, Frogan put out a response video to my...
Oh my God! Frogan!
What is this in response to?
It's in response to my response to Content Cop.
Okay.
Beef?
So she participated in an attack video against me, and now she's responding to me defending myself against this unhinged attack video.
I mean, your response was primarily to Ian.
Absolutely, it was.
Okay.
I believe we barely even mentioned her.
I mean, certainly she was mentioned in the beginning when she was, yeah, but...
I said I was kind of trying to be nice. I was like, she's too dumb to even get mad at.
Yeah, not everybody would interpret that as being nice.
Sure. I mean, you know, there's
Calling someone
something
dumb.
unpacked there. I said, I did story. I said, I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but I think you might be the dumbest person alive.
See, that doesn't... Like, I could see how somebody was maybe not seeing that as, being
listen,
nice.
if she took that the wrong way, that's on her.
This is like what Asmongold was saying
like
about you.
Asmongold. I just think people need to be honest. This is not looking too good, but
I hope you get PTSD.
I mean, this is Frogan. Everybody loves this dogging on her, so I won't look too much into it.
The new cope is that the dislike extension isn't accurate, which is true to an extent.
I think it's pretty much accurate because I've seen it against my own videos where you can actually see the.
Yeah, I've done comparisons on our channel. Granted, our sample size would just be our audience, so it would be the same set of people that have the extension. The way it supposedly works is it takes everybody who has that extension that shows the dislikes and multiplies that by how many views it has to kind of extrapolate. And so it's not going to be perfect, but yeah, at least on the podcast channel, what it shows on the extension is pretty close to what it actually is.
It's like
close
plus,
enough.
Even like, yeah, within 10%, I think.
Something like that.
So anywho, and I mean, at this point, everybody has this extension, I feel like. Like, it's got to be extraordinarily popular. So, so this is her response to my response. She says it's an overdue response. She wants you to subscribe to her podcast, Arabs. And the comments are pretty... saying Ian approached this content cop with empathy is so delusional. Okay, so yeah, let's just watch it. So here it is.
It's Frogan, and this is the first time I'm ever making a solo YouTube.
By the way, I know I'm already pausing it. And before before her and Hassan and all of the company are accusing me of harassing her for responding to her fucking video about me. Just a reminder to everybody, every single one of you, that I've only ever responded to Frogan. This all started when I silently, peacefully unfollowed her on Twitter.
Did you see the meme of you as Matthew McConaughey trying to warn yourself not to unfollow Frogan?
Yeah, it was funny.
No!
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. What was I saying? Yeah, so before they accused me of harassing her, I've only ever unfollowed her quietly, and she started calling me Islamophobic, saying I hate Arab people as a result of that. And, you know, obviously I had something to say about that, right? Especially since Hassan was my good friend, and I didn't want to see, like, his moderators, like clearly he wouldn't co-sign something like that insane, right? Spoiler alert, he does.
Oh.
Yeah, but anyway, here's her response.
Everything that has happened the last year and a half. I address everything on my podcast, Arabs, which you can find the link below, but today it's just going to be you and I. I think the content cop was great.
Let him in chat. I'm sure he was like, Frogan, I apologize for everything that I've said and all the hate and harassment I sent to you. And I acknowledge my role in this campaign, and I will work to be better. I'm sure he said those words exactly, actually. She could turn back time.
Causing me a whole pain in the ass, I'll tell you what, man. I never want to see her talk about a frog again.
Froggy never did anything wrong. Froggy! Froggy!
That's just, well, that's true for Lena's opponent.
Yeah, funky frog bait is the good frog.
Yeah.
The frog kid.
This shit cracks me up.
So, Frogan put out
all the reasons why Ethan does not want to do anything with Hassan live. People just wants to complete control of any situation at any given time. And everything is lying. The person he's against is more competent than him. He fails and loses control. Yeah, that's what I say. Or these sound bites? I don't know.
A response video to my...
God, Frogan! What is this in response to?
What is that soundbite? They have a lot of Frogan soundbites for someone who's not doing a targeted harassing campaign.
It's in response to my response to Content Cop.
Okay.
So she participated in an attack video against me, and now she's responding to me defending myself against this.
Wait. Okay. This is interesting because I don't know why he's characterizing it like this. Because he's also demanding that Hassan respond to his video. And so while demanding that Hassan respond to his response to the content cop, he's now getting mad that Frogan is responding to his response to the content cop, even though he was also dogging Frogan in that response as well. Okay.
Unhinged attack video.
I mean, your response was primarily to Ian.
Absolutely, it was.
Okay.
Okay, but like, so if that's the case, then why are you demanding Hassan watch it? He's like, did Hassan watch the response yet? Did Hassan watch the response yet? So if it was a response primarily to Ian, why do you care whether or not Hassan watched it or not? And if Hassan is supposed to watch it because you also responded to him, then why is it incorrect or invalid for Frogan to also respond because you also responded to her in that response as well? It just doesn't make any sense.
I believe we barely even mentioned her.
I mean, certainly she was mentioned in the beginning when she was, yeah, but
I was kind of trying to be nice. I was like, she's too dumb to even get mad at.
yeah, not everybody would interpret that as being nice.
Sure. I mean, you know, there's
Calling someone
something
dumb.
unpacked there. I said, I said, I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but I think you might be the dumbest person alive.
See, that doesn't, like, I could see how somebody was maybe not seeing that as, as being nice.
If
How nice of Ethan to say that. Wait, I call Ethan the dumbest person alive all the time. He doesn't like me for some reason. Are you being nice? I'm always nice. Pure speculation, he's wearing the suit because he's meeting with the divorce lawyers. Ran long before the show. No, that's dumb. If you think that they're getting divorced, you're just wrong, chat. They are tied at the hip. They're defending genocide together. There's no divorce happening here.
Took that the wrong way. That's on her.
this is like what Asmongold was saying.
I'm like
about
Asmongold.
you.
I just think people need to be honest. This is not looking too good, but
I hope you get PTSD.
I mean, this is Frogan. Everybody loves this dogging on her, so I won't look too much into it.
The new cope is that the dislike extension isn't accurate, which is true to an extent.
I think it's pretty much accurate because I've seen it against my own.
That's not entirely true. You can't say it's pretty much accurate.
Katie Ellis gifted a tier
Right,
1
it
sub
is
to Fossabot.
inaccurate.
They have given 185
Right.
subs in the channel.
It's not like insanely inaccurate. Right? I think the Frogan video does have a lot of dislikes. It's not surprising to me. Right? But like, is there an explanation for the dislike bar? It's not insanely representative of what the dislikes actually are. You know what I mean? Guys, I don't know why Ethan picks and selects who he addresses. He's never addresses the facts. The response video is just response to the drama because he's Islamophobic. Did Ian literally post the ratio? No, one of Ian's team members posted the ratio.
On videos where you can actually see the
I've done comparisons on our channel. Granted, our sample size would just be our audience, so it would be the same set of people that have the extension. The way it supposedly works is it takes everybody who has that extension that shows the dislikes and multiplies that by how many views it has to kind of extrapolate. And so
it's not entirely incorrect. It's an extrapolation. And it's supposed to try to be indicative of what the dislikes would be if you could see the dislikes actually. The problem is that the people who are more likely to dislike videos are people who download the dislike extension. The extrapolation may not be accurate or as accurate as people like to assume that it is. Right? Because there's a higher sample size of people who are disliking things as opposed to the actual general YouTube population. You know what I mean? Like to put it this way, this is a very bare bones statistical explanation. If there are like, we'll say this bar here is like 100% of YouTube. Ugh. It's like 100% of YouTube, right? If we'll say 25%, which is this.
Sean the Black says she's my African princess.
Yelly Silver just subscribed.
Right? If 25% of YouTube, this is 25%, has a dislike extension, and then 50% of these people here dislikes a video, right? These are like, 50% of the video. That's 12.5% of people who dislike the video. But the people who download the extension to dislike or to see dislikes are more likely to add to the dog pile and dislike videos again, which is why YouTube got rid of it, right? And so they are more likely to dislike than like this 75% here, right? This 25% is more likely to dislike than this 75%. And so this number being extrapolated out to cover this 75% is not always accurate. You'll get roughly an idea, right? Roughly an idea of how it works, but like it's not representative. Yeah. So it's return YouTube dislikes equals return YouTube dislike users dislike count divided by return YouTube dislike users like count times the public like count. So it's getting the ratio of the people who have the extension and how many people like the video versus how many people dislike the video with the extension, multiplying it by the public like count to get roughly what should be representative of the dislikes on the video. The problem, again, is that return YouTube dislike users are more likely to dislike videos than they are to like videos because they're downloading an extension to bring YouTube dislikes back. You know what I mean? Like they are just more likely to dislike videos. That's just the case than like the average populace. And so it's not supposed to be accurate. It's not accurate. User base of the extension is 6 million Chrome and 878,000 Mozilla users. Using the opportunities and dislikes, it's not that many people they are coping.
The lol mighty just subscribed.
Essentially, it's representative of the users of return dislikes YouTube users. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Which again, I don't think it's nothing. Right. I don't think it's a decent representative size. But because people who are more likely to return YouTube dislikes are people who are haters, right? I have the extension because I'm a hater. You feel me? This is what haters do. Haters will download an extension to bring dislikes back. And because of that, right, Frogan's videos and like Ian's videos are going to be like more disliked than like the average YouTube dislike thing. You know what I mean? Only drama enjoyers would have that extension, so it's like asking what percentage of drama enjoyers dislike the video. Exactly. Exactly. And it does try to correct that by extrapolating it, but like it's not perfect. But Ethan's stupid, so he doesn't understand this.
It's not going to be perfect, but yeah, at least on the podcast channel, what it shows on the extension is pretty close to what it actually is.
It's like
close enough.
Even like, yeah, within 10%, I think.
Something like that.
So anywho, and I mean, at this point, everybody has this extension, I feel like. Like, it's got to be.
Oh, you're so... He knows you can check the numbers. Like, the chatter is saying... Yeah, like 7 million people. You know that YouTube has way more than 7 million YouTube has 2.53 billion monthly active users. What about daily? 122 million daily active users. Okay, what about in the US? Even though it's like, that's not even the best. I don't think it shows. Yeah, that's pretty close to 7 million. Yeah. You do acts a billion hours of footage a day. Yeah. So like, no, not everybody has the return YouTube dislike extension. Also, it doesn't account for the, okay. Percentage of YouTube users by device. 63% of videos are seen mobilely. There's no extension on mobile. So most of the viewers and the likers and dislikers are coming from mobile. So even in a world where like, you know, like 7 million out of the 122 million are daily users. Like 70%, like 60% are mobile and don't have the extension at all. So Ethan's just incorrect here. He's just wrong. Like he's statistically incorrect. It's not true. There are apps on Android that use the YouTube API and show dislikes. That's not the same app though. Yeah, you're not understanding. This YouTube return YouTube dislike is a specific extension. They don't have access to the other extensions that return dislikes. So unless they all are using the same shared data, they don't have the same count. They have their own sample size and they do their own extrapolations in order to get their own dislike count. But that's not representative of like the entirety of the YouTube sphere. And even then, most users on Android are not downloading a return YouTube dislike function. They're not. They're not. They are not. Meemaw, who watches Candy Crush videos on her Samsung Galaxy S21 or whatever, is not downloading a return YouTube dislike extension. Yeah, the children watching Mr. V's videos are not doing that. So it's like, again, you can say that it's to get an idea, right? You can say it's to get an idea of what the dislikes would be, right? And honestly, the best thing it shows is to show if a thing is being brigaded, right? That's kind of the only usefulness that it has. To show, is this video being brigaded by a community? Because communities that do brigading are more likely to have the return YouTube dislike, right? Communities that do their brigading are more likely to have the return YouTube dislike. And so it's easy to see that like the people who are doing the brigading are brigading Frogan's video. That's really it. So yeah, again, you can say that it gives you a good idea of what the dislikes are or how like the most tapped into drama people feel about a thing, but you cannot say it's accurate, right? Yeah, so of course Ethan's podcast episodes are accurate, right? Because his community are the community that's doing the brigading. I'm sure Destiny's YouTube videos have a positive like to dislike ratio. And I'm pretty sure that they're probably accurate because his community are the communities that are doing the brigading. That's it.
She's extraordinarily popular. So, so this is her response to my response. She says it's an overdue response. She wants you to subscribe to her podcast, Arabs. And the comments are pretty. Saying Ian approached this content cop with empathy is so delusional. Okay, so yeah, let's just watch it. So here it is.
It's Frogan, and this is the first time I'm ever making a solo YouTube.
By the way, I know I'm already pausing it. And before before her and Hassan and all of the company are accusing me of harassing her for responding to her fucking video about me. Just
Okay. Ethan, you are harassing her. You've been harassing her. You are. You've been harassing her. Like, this is true. This is objectively the case.
a reminder to everybody, every single one of you, that I've only ever responded to Frogan. This all started when
This is not true, by the way. This is objectively not true. He has a soundboard of Frogan's voice to play pretty much every single podcast. Does he think that that's not a response? Does he think that that's not provocation? Like, they played it before they even got to the Frogan section to begin with. Like, what are we talking about here? It started with him trying to ban them for the tier list. No, it started before that, where Ethan unfollowed Frogan. Frogan said in a Discord, not even publicly, in a Discord, LOL, a creator that I liked unfollowed me because of my takes. That's kind of crazy. And then Ethan, unprompted, stepped out of his little hidey hole saying, yep, it was me. I unfollowed you because you're a terrorist supporter. Da-da-da-da-da-da. That's what happened. And then he has been harassing her ever since. Ever since. Even if Frogan was like responding and like provoking Ethan, right? It would be like Ethan launching a nuke at like a mosquito. Completely unnecessary. Frogan is infinitely smaller than he is. He has, again, there's no reason that he would go after Frogan unless he's, I don't know, Islamophobic and he wants to take down Arab and Muslim creators, which he is, which he does. Right? No reason. No reason. Like, Frogan's smaller than I am and has talked about Ethan less than I have, but he still seems to only very specifically attack Frogan for some reason. I don't know. That's pretty interesting. That's pretty interesting. I don't know what's going on with that. Dude dedicated part of his content to say that she's was pushing at the Streamer Awards. He's insanely obsessed with her. She's just a small creator. Yeah, saying that she was Qatari funded. Ariane Designs Game, thank you for the 9-month subscription. We're gonna literally never done a fraction of the Jid Ethan has done yet. Keenan's racist fans can't stop going after her. Yeah. It's very interesting that he doesn't go after any pro IDF creators. Very interesting. No, because he's like pro genocide. This isn't a surprise.
Violently, peacefully unfollowed her on Twitter.
Did you see the meme of you as Matthew McConaughey trying to warn yourself not to unfollow Frogan?
Yeah, that was funny.
No.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible.
He's scared of you. He's Islamophobic. I think it's less that he's afraid of me and more that he wants to attack Arab Muslim creators because he's Islamophobic. Right? Not saying he's not racist, but he knows that racism is less, doesn't fly as much. all of this response is supposed because Frogan posted one time in a Discord about getting unfollowed. Yeah, not even naming Ethan, by the way. She didn't even name Ethan. Ethan made it known himself that like, yep, it was me. I did it.
What was I saying? Yeah, so in before they accused me of harassing her. I've only ever unfollowed her quietly, and she started calling me Islamophobic, saying I hate
messages leak. Haters were just chilling. I think it was in Hassan's Discord. And like Hassan's Discord has like a just, you know, Hassan has a complex of haters. So they like, you know, one of like the Destiny fans in there probably screenshotted it and leaked it out.
hate Arab people for as a result of that. And you know, obviously I had something to say about that, right? Especially since Hassan was my good friend, and I didn't want to see like his moderators like clearly he wouldn't co-sign something like that insane, right? Spoiler alert, he does.
Oh.
Yeah, but anyway, here's her response.
Everything that has happened the last year and a half. I address everything on my podcast, Arabs, which you can find the link below, but today it's just going to be you and I. I think the content cop was great. You know, I feel like Ian approached it in a way that nobody else does. He approached it with empathy, and, you know, it was supposed to make people feel bad for Ethan.
So, like, first of all, just on face value,
Really?
This is a pathetically insane take. And it's just part of this continued
I mean,
gaslight.
yes, Ethan, just because you are a pissy baby who can't take even the you know, a modicum of criticism doesn't mean it was not approached for an empathetic worldview or with an empathetic worldview. Like your inability to receive any sort of critique, no matter how tailored it is, right? Doesn't change the idea of what the content cop was supposed to do. Is it any surprise someone like him would take offense to pity? No, because he did earlier when he's talking to Hassan. And Hassan said no kitty gloves, and he basically cried. He was like, what do you mean on kitty gloves? You've been treating me with kitty gloves this entire time? How dare you? That sort of thing. I'm pretty sure we're going to find it, actually. Where's the old you know what I'm talking about, Chad? The last leftovers conversation. This one?
I know.
This isn't the full thing, it's a cut down version. No, it doesn't have kitty gloves. Check gloves.
Are you wearing baby gloves for me?
No, I'm not wearing baby gloves for you. I think that you are a very kind-hearted person who literally lived in Israel. So you, of course, have like biases, just like I do, right? Biases in the other direction. But you are someone who is ultimately led by empathy. That's not. I'm not saying it's baby gloves at all. I think like if you are faced with
helps that I'm not saying that we should kill all Palestinians. Certainly, that would be a different conversation.
Yes, exactly. But I don't think like this is something that I've explained to my audience time and time again, which was like that.
Do you see me?
You. Oh my God.
This is it. I should bookmark this at this point. I knew it was Kitty. I knew it would misunderstand what I was saying or what I'm saying.
That they do because after a certain point,
what if I said it's bad faith?
I think you want me to be totally honest.
Yeah.
No kitty gloves. Okay.
Fuck you, bro.
No.
That insinuation is so stupid, man.
No. Please don't get mad at me. I'm gonna be 100.
Moron. You just talked down to me the whole time.
No, absolutely not. I think you're a very smart person, but you do get a little emotional on this issue.
Gloves that's on. Tell me.
Okay, I think that.
So yeah. Ethan getting mad at like perceived pity, right, is exactly this. All right, no kitty gloves. How dare you?
Be honest?
Yeah.
No kitty gloves. Okay.
Fuck you, bro.
No.
That insinuation is so stupid, man.
No. Please don't get mad at me. I'm gonna be 100.
Moron. You just talked down to me the whole time.
No, absolutely not. I think you're a very smart person, but you do get a little emotional on this issue.
Gloves that's on. Tell me.
Okay, I think that what you
also, Katie, thank you for the gifted sub to Fossabot, and then Yelly Silver, thank you for the tier 1, and Ghost thank you for the 7-month subscription, and the Lol Mighty, thank you for the Prime. Much appreciate it.
Said about
people that should go on a 19-month crash out instead of just going to therapy. Should have kept the gloves on. Honestly, he should have took the gloves off earlier.
From the river to the sea being akin to a Nazi slogan, or the fact that like it's a Confederate flag. Those comparisons, because I know you personally, and because I know you're an empathetic person, because I don't think you're a bad faith person at all. But anyone else that says something like that, it's going to come across, especially from the people that don't know who you are and what you represent, it's going to come across like you are making a bad faith argument that Ben Shapiro would make, or any number of other conservatives would make in this circumstance.
He's giving him so much grace. I forgot how insanely nice a song was during this whole talk. Oh no, I remember. I remember very vividly because I was watching at this point. And it was on emote only mode, and I was live, and chatters were coming into my chat to talk about it because they couldn't chat. Chat was pissed. Not that there was a segment of chat that was pissed, but there was a lot of chat who was like hostile Ethan, hostile Ethan, hostile Ethan, right? Kind of because this is how hostile Ethan became a thing, right? Hostile Ethan became a thing. Because the chat couldn't say anything, right? They couldn't say their we should revisit your stream that day. I'd have to check and see if I have the VOD. I might not have. I don't think I have the VOD actually. Yeah, let me see. Chat said it was like October 9th when the conversation happened. Or was it the I don't know. Or was it, I think it might have been the 12th actually. Let me see actually. November 9th, that's what it was. Was it? Or was it this one? I don't think it was this. Was it the 10th? No, this is only just Detroit Become Human. Is they after the last leftovers? When was the last leftovers then? Let's see. Good thing I can look up the last leftover because it's still up on his channel. Even though it's like the worst thing and he's platforming a terrorist supporter. October 12th. October 13th? You know what we should do one day? Which maybe we'll do today after we So it was this stream. No, it wasn't this stream. This was a conversation. Was I not live on the 13th? I'm pretty sure I was live for this conversation. The stream debate was a while after leftovers. That's what I thought. And I took a week off, so I couldn't have been during this week. Maybe it was the 11th. You can't go out and be like, yeah, Frogan, she serves the top of the hour ad break. You could also, sorry, use. Yeah, no, it wasn't here either. November 9th? What I thought. November 9th. But like, at least, like he even lost like. Yeah, I was live for 11 hours. So it might have been at this point right here where there's no clips from. Let me see what I call this. Let me go to my VODs channel now. I actually might have to go to my let's see. There are some VODs that I didn't catalog because I was stupid and they're lost to time forever. This might be one of the VODs. Let me check my my privated VODs. Wait, switch account. Sean the VODs. Click studio. Content. Search. Nope, it's not this title. What about this title maybe? Maybe it's this title. Wait, let me see. I have 240 of my VODs though, so that's not terrible. April 2024, 07, 08, 09. Yeah, I don't think I have my November VODs now that I think about it. Wait, capitalism versus communism. Wait. How long was the stream? 11:45. This is 11 hours and 30 minutes. Is this it? No, this was the basketball one. Dang it. Okay. But can I filter by length? I want something that's long. Hey yo. Six hours, 8 hours. 5 hours, 5 hours, 1 hour, 5 hour. Yeah, I might not have saved this VOD. Unfortunate. 7 hours, 8 hours, 2 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours, 7 hours, 7 hours. This is why I stream on YouTube now as well. So my VODs are already saved. Gosh darn it, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, no, I don't have it. Wouldn't shock me if you didn't save it. It was spicy. It wasn't fed posting in chat. No, that's not why I didn't save it. I didn't save it because I forgot to export it. I would have saved it if I could have, if I remembered. Yeah, no, it's not here. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. But it might have been this day. I did cover it though. Anyway, but yeah, that's what I was looking for. Show.
Of course, people feel this way because they don't see your reconciliation process. They don't see that, like, you go back on information and you internalize it and you think about it and you come out with an honest perspective. They only see clips of you. They will see clips of you making that comparison. And
how is that bad faith? You're saying people take it out of context. That's not the same thing as being bad faith.
Well, I don't think it's being taken out of context because you're saying this in defense of bastardizing the perspective of Palestinians or minimizing the voice of Palestinians.
Hassan was so raw. We tried to warn him. I think not necessarily that Hassan is wrong, but just that, like, here, kind of like this. Hassan was used to shooting at people without bulletproof vests on, right? And so he's used to, like, you know, getting through to people. But Ethan was wearing a bulletproof vest, and Hassan, you know, tried to shoot him like he tried to shoot everybody else, and it just didn't work on Ethan. Or tried to shoot him with a change gun, right? He shot people with a change gun before, bow. He shot some shadows with a change gun, bow. They changed their minds, right? But he tried to shoot Ethan with a change gun, bow. Ethan was armored up, bulletproof vest. You know what I mean? And so it just didn't work. So it's not necessarily that the tactic doesn't work. It's just that the target is just not conducive for it. Right? We all give people we know the benefit of the doubt sometimes. He acted in good faith, to be honest, but I don't think that's a bad thing. Or end up like Ethan acting in bad faith and trusting no one. I don't think you're wrong, but I think that there is a limit and there's a line. And I think Hassan extended charitability past where, like, I think it was like productive. Right? And so it's not just a one size fits all. It's super easy to be like, oh yeah, just be charitable, be super nice to everybody, and then, you know, we'll save the world or whatever. Right? But there's a time where, like, you have to address people for being what they are, and that is bad people who are doing things in bad faith, doing things in an unproductive manner that are, like, causing problems. Right? And, like, you let that go for so long because of, like, charitability. Gets to Ethan doing what Ethan is doing. I didn't mean to close that freaking tab. What Ethan is doing here. You know what I mean? It a lot with friends and neighbors, and some people that it works on, some it doesn't. Yeah, but the difference is your friends and neighbors aren't massive creators with a massive audience that they get to swing around to harass people. Right? At a certain point, there's a level of responsibility that you have with that audience, and it can't just be like, oh, you charitability, you know, oh, just allow them, right, the levers to use their audience to stoke harassment campaigns because they could be changed in the future. right? Because the harm that they're doing in that moment is still bad. It's still harmful. You still have to check that, right? And I'll give Hassan leeway in Hassan doing that for people that he knows, but like, so honestly, chat needs to shut up. Like, chat doesn't have a right to tell me to like be nice to Ethan because Hassan wants to be charitable to Ethan. I don't know Ethan, right? Never consumed Ethan content. Me and Ethan aren't friends, right? So chat all too often takes what Hassan says and then holds that expectation for people where it just doesn't fit. You know what I mean? And that's been the case for like years, right? I remember even the stream I was doing that we can't find, there were chatters who were coming into my chat from Hassan's chat being an email only saying that like, we have to be charitable to Ethan. We have to be nice to Ethan. You know what I mean? That was too hard on Ethan. And look at where we are now. I was vindicated. I was vindicated. The biggest issue with Hassan on this is that he was clearly hard on him when it comes, it was clearly hard to come to terms with his friend who's not being who he thought. I wish he came to terms with that sooner. That you and Ethan were best friends? Oh yeah, that's my bestie.
Content Cop was great. You know, I feel like Ian approached it in a way that
there is an extent of like, not necessarily be nice to Nazis, but if you see somebody who like is not like an out and about, you know, swastika arm band wearing, you know, Sig Heiling Nazi who is exhibiting Nazi tendencies, like if you see an Asmongold in your personal life, you should try to convert them away from that. Right? Somebody who's like, yeah, well, life would be better if we just take all the R-worded kids, the bottom, you know, 5 to 10%, and we put them somewhere else. You know what I mean? You're like, you're gonna be like, okay, let's not do that, and let you explain to them, right, why that's incorrect if you think it can be saved. But like out and about, like neo-Nazis who are like marching in the street, yeah, no, those people are not saying that they're a lost cause, but like they are a danger to the communities that they're in, is what I'll say. Even no one needs to coddle an adult Zionist baby feelings. He should feel bad about his views. They're hurtful and hateful. Great word, everything. Sean, thank you. I appreciate that. To the gulag with you. People like Asmon think that they are so enlightened. Yeah, and if you can walk them back, then try to walk them away from the ledge.
African princess.
Right?
Sakuga Enjoy just subscribed.
There's a level of nuance here. It's not as simple as just, you know, shoot every person who has bigoted views on site and, you know, be charitable and allow them to believe what they believe regardless, because you are leftist, you have to be nice to everyone. Right? There's a middle ground there. There's a sliding scale for how much force is used for converting somebody away from their bigoted views. Right? It's not as simple as like, you know, shoot a 18-year-old kid who says, haha, women suck or whatever, and like hug a Nazi. Like you don't have, it's not a binary. It's not one or the other. You know what I mean? There's plenty of daylight between it's not my job to educate you and hug your local Nazis. Exactly. Ethan is more dangerous than Asmon or Arthur Wilcox, in my opinion. He pretends to be progressive because already progressive people to become reactionary. I mean, I never buy his progressivism, so that was just me though. Swift Clutch, thank you for the Prime. 4-month free subscription, much appreciated. Ethan is bad, very bad, but not worse than Asmon. I think they're different kinds of bad, honestly. But to the point where they will like agree with each other. Right, so it's very hard to be like Ethan is worse than Asmon or Asmon is worse than Ethan because they serve similar purposes but in different ways. Asmon's larger than Ethan is. He has a bigger audience than Ethan is, and he definitely has more out and about like domestic fascist rhetoric. But Ethan is still a very large creator, right, in his own right, and he is still doing genocide apologia. Hasbara in like, you know, like, you know, pro-Israel Zionist rhetoric. Right? And no, I didn't see them trying to get ICE involved for Hassan, but it doesn't matter. You know, it doesn't matter. You get to the point of watching Asmon, you're in Nazi land. Well, Asmon is the largest streamer in North America for the past month, so I guess it tells you where society is.
Nobody else does. He approached it with empathy, and you know, it was supposed to make people feel bad for Ethan.
So, like, first of all, just on face value,
Really?
this is a pathetically insane take, and it's just part of this continued gaslight campaign to make it feel like I'm imagining anti-Semitism. I'm imagining people coming after me and my family, and this is part of it. She's like, "Don't you realize we were being nice to you?" It's like, am I crazy? Yes, you are crazy. But this ignores the empirical fact that she and everyone else is ignoring, which is that Dr. Kirk said explicitly on video, which I can pull up, that Ian's initial first draft was him changing my grade. And when he said he wouldn't change my grade, he had to scramble to make a new ending, which is when he reached out to everyone to say something nice about me. This was...
Okay, I don't know how that changes like the dynamic that the video was he said the video was based in them saying something nice about him. The video changed. That's the worst face watching of that. And even in the worst face watching, he's wrong. You know what I mean? He's incorrect. You can't simultaneously say that no, the video is a hit piece on me. You cannot simultaneously hold the idea that the video is a hit piece on Ethan, right? Or also it being changed to be nice to Ethan. Those are incongruent, paradoxical ideas. It's paradoxical. You cannot hold those two ideas in your head. Because if the video was changed to be nice to Ethan, right, then it wasn't a hit piece because it was changed to be nice to Ethan, right? Or the video was a hit piece and Ian didn't change anything anyway. You know what I mean?
It's not his intention setting out making this video. It was literally a plan B because
I think
Dr. Kirk
the nice
fucked
part
him.
wasn't genuine. But you can't say this wasn't there. Right? And obviously, there's also no evidence that like the nice part wasn't genuine. Right? Because again, a good faith interpretation would be that Ian, after talking to Dr. Kurt Honda, right, realized that maybe it would be better for us to have a better approach to reaching out to Ethan as opposed to like just like dogging on him so heavily. You know what I mean? Like people's minds can change.
That's the truth. And it's on video. So this whole gaslighting thing of like, oh, we were being nice is completely a fucking lie. A knowingly lie, frankly, because they weren't setting out to be nice. And Dr. Kirk, God bless him, basically proved
God bless him after I set my audience to harass him. Yeah, Ethan.
that to us. I'll pull that clip
God bless
up.
him. I hope he's okay after I sent my audience to harass him. Also, Saga, thank you for the 22-month resubscription. Jeez Louise.
You can find it.
One of the main things, especially as content creators, people tend to dehumanize us and forget that we're living normal people just like you. So obviously...
Okay.
I forgot.
Thanks for the reminder. I just think like a lot of times she does this.
Oh God, is Hassan okay? Can somebody check on Hassan? He's responding to random people on Twitter. You know, you're cooked hard when you have to explain the joke. Do you think I wrote this stupid headline? I checked, like, this person has like 12,000 followers on Twitter. I'm like, this isn't worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Don't do it, Hassan. Anyway, sorry, I missed this.
People tend to dehumanize us and forget that we're content creators. people tend to dehumanize us and forget that we're living normal people just like you. So obviously.
Okay.
What's his beef with that statement? True. Rose wake up and tweet about politics immediately. Like, bro, have you even tried to have a good day yet? Actually, no, I would like this. I'm not liking Kindle's tweet. I refuse.
Peyton 8742 just
I forgot.
subscribed.
Thanks for the reminder. I just think like a lot of times she does this where she's like, listen, I get it. Ethan gets it. And I'm like, you're not really a content creator. Like, I mean, you are.
So why are you focused on her? See, this is why it's so stupid, right? You can't play this game. You can't play this game of like, oh, you're barely a content creator. You're a small creator. You're a nobody. But also, I'm going to spend the next like 2 hours dogging on him and harassing you. Right? I spent the last 18 months dogging on and harassing you. Right? If Frogan is not a content creator and is just a person, right? Barely, a blip on Ethan's radar, then why does he employ his employee to have like 6 different sound bites of her to play at any given moment? It kind of sounds like harassment. I'm gonna be real. It kind of sounds like harassment. Like, how does that work? So she gets posted on the subreddit every day. She must be the evil and its most evil person. And I don't understand how, like, I mean, Ethan's delusional, that's how, but like, how Ethan squares this in his mind. He simultaneously wants to dog on Frogan for being a small creator, right? Which also doesn't make him look good because it looks like he's bullying a small creator, right? And if Frogan's not a creator, now it doesn't make him look good because now he's bullying just a regular person, just a normal person, right? But like, when it suits his fancy, then she is a large creator, or she is a creator that deserves the heat and the smoke.
Like, you kind of are, like, barely. Her
Like, what does he mean by this? What does he mean that she's barely a content creator? Like, she doesn't produce enough content? She's not big, like a big enough creator for him to like consider her a creator, which again doesn't make sense because like he harasses her like every day essentially.
She's basically, her career is the an analogy would be an iron lung. She's in her career is in an iron lung. That's how much life assistance she needs. Yeah.
I don't think it's a good analogy.
It's that bad. It's not
so
even
then
life
why
support,
are you
it's an
talking
iron
about
lung.
her? It doesn't make sense. Like it doesn't make sense. Does that even mean terrible analogy? What does that sound bite? I have no idea. Crew real quiet about the blatant bullying now. I mean, Dan will like chime in being like, I don't know if that's true. He'll never say like, no, she's a content creator, right? Because they can't defend Frogan, right? They defend Frogan, Ethan kills them. They'd be like, well, no, she's a creator, I think. Like that's it. That's all Frogan gets.
With so much pressure on the internet, both on myself and I'm sure Ethan can
relate. Her husband breathing. See, I'm going to time you out for a minute because I want you to think about the fact that you know that, and maybe reconsider the state in which your life is in right now, chatter. Just give it a minute, and I want you to think about it. I don't know how you know that, I don't know why you know that. But just take a timeout from whatever we're doing here and like the internet for the next minute.
Relate to this too. It's fucking hell. It's hard to manage.
You can't relate. Again, what I experience and what you experience, I know you want to think of yourself as the victim and everything. You don't relate to me. I don't fucking care. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have a single idea what I'm going through. And clearly that's true by you coming out here and trying to literally gaslight.
Making himself feel better by putting her down. Insecure bully 101. He knows he's falling off.
Crazy make me pretending that you guys did this to be nice. What a joke.
Also, yeah, like I just want to point out that Ethan is a multi-millionaire white man in freaking California, and then went to live in an apartheid state, and then moved back to California. But yeah, no, he's the epitome of victimization, right? And there's no way that a hijabi Muslim woman would know how it feels to be oppressed by some level or degree, especially after being the target of like mass harassment campaigns from channels that are like 3,000 times her size for the last 18 months. You know, Ethan uniquely knows how it feels to be oppressed.
It's hard to deal with. So I feel like Ian approached it in a way that was more so holding a friend accountable and in a softer way, and wanted to generate empathy for Ethan.
That's
Other people don't
that's
do that.
insane. That is insane. Do I really need to play the beginning of that content cop again? It's basically you guys flipping me off, telling me to wake up. And I mean, he told me, Frogan, that this is not what podcasting is. Okay. And that one hurt bad coming from Ian.
This is not what podcasts are.
Ian, the king of podcasting.
I mean, he's not wrong. Like, he's saying that you use your podcast as an emotional dump. Wait, the finger emote. Oh, wait, I forgot we added that as a BTTV emote because Twitch took it down. Should we? Okay. Should we try to put it back up, chat? Should we try to add the finger emote back? I miss it. I miss it. It's so good. Set up it with fire. Listen, chat, you don't understand. It's such a good emote. Such a good emote.
Horrible.
Yeah, and once again, the original premise was not to be nice.
What about the final product? He likes to harp on like, oh well, the original premise wasn't to be nice. Like, what about the final product? Things change. Ethan, when watching a movie, he's like, hey, this wasn't the original manuscript. He's like, yeah, I watched this movie, right? But when you read the first draft of the screenplay, it sucked. So I have to get this movie a 1 out of 10. Like, maybe the final product is different than what the original screenplay was, and that's okay. I don't know.
That. And I've even said this before. I feel like we need to stick to the basics as to why Ethan Klein deserves to be criticized, and that is for being pro-Israel and trying to deplatform pro-Palestinian content creators.
This is just so pathetic. This whole
true.
He's trying to platform pro-Palestinian creators.
Deplatform, Ethan. I know listening is difficult.
Deplatform.
Deplatform. Just because you're pro-Palestine doesn't mean you're infallible. Okay, it doesn't mean that you're beyond.
Yeah, and you're focusing on pro-Palestinian creators and their faults as you see them, as opposed to, like, I don't know, Asmongold, who you were glazing, or you continually glaze, kind of shows that. If you are focusing on taking down the pro-Palestinian creators, and that just seems to be who you're focused on for some reason, because, oh, they have faults too, then you're trying to deplatform pro-Palestinian creators. You don't use your energy on deplatforming people who are pro-genocide for some reason. You don't use this energy on deplatforming people who are actually bad. You don't use this energy on deplatforming people who are like, you know, Nazi apologists. They're on the platform. Aiden Ross just got unbanned and you're spending your time crying about Frogan. So yes, you are trying to deplatform pro-Palestinian voices. All of them, essentially.
On criticism. I know you want it to feel that way so that you can say shit like Hamas is fucking doing awesome revolutionary acts by slaughtering civilians and that you don't want to be held accountable for saying insane shit like that. But guess what? That's not how the world works. Despite your fantasizing so badly that you need to be the victim of every situation.
Upon further reflection, you're right. I have considered it all. My mind is free. I'm going to watch the rest. I'm going to watch the real best H3 hater, the content creator who's done the most. That's right, Ludwig from Gaming.
It's just not the case. I mean, this is all very obvious. I mean, isn't that just like apparent? Like who fucking
I just want to point out that like Ethan could watch this video from the perspective of like, let me just see what she has to say, right? Let me just, maybe my mind will be changed. You will realize that like anytime I watch an Ethan Klein video or like a video from like the Kleinsman, right? I say, maybe my life will be changed. My mind will be changed, right? When Ethan opened this video up, he already disliked it, right? He already disliked the video. He's not trying to learn. He's not trying to hear what Frogan has to say. He's not. Viewing as a performance. The viewing is not even a performance. The viewing is facilitating more harassment. That's it. The viewing facilitates. Like, the only reason he's watching this now is because he knows his audience is going to go and stoke more hate to Frogan. And that makes him feel good, right? Like, you know, the conversation about like controlling men, doing things to make women feel small so they can feel powerful. That's Ethan Klein, right? Ethan swinging his dick of his large follower base, his large viewer number. He's dick swinging around, right? Because it makes him feel good. There's a reason why he's like so specifically focused on Frogan, right? He'll talk about denims, right? He'll be like, denims called TPS, da, 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 right? But he's so strictly against Frogan, right? Because it makes him feel powerful. It makes him feel powerful. It makes him feel strong. Feels like a strong man by taking down Frogan. So yeah, you're a small content creator. Dunk. Because it makes him feel strong. He doesn't feel as strong going after Mike from PA. He doesn't feel as strong going after Denims. He doesn't feel as strong going after Ian. He doesn't feel as strong going after Bada Badada. He doesn't feel as strong going after Hassan. Right? Or you. I mean, he's just racist. That's why he doesn't talk about me. But it makes him feel super good. It makes him feel super good to dunk on Frogan. That's why all roads lead back to Frogan for Ethan. Guess doesn't have to do much because he knows saying this bad Muslim woman bad and the worst people will nod. Yeah. John is the Kendrick of Twitch. True. And Ethan is the Drake. Ethan's hate for Frogan is weird. It is weird. He's so vile to Denims too. Yeah, but like he'll be vile to Denims just less often than he's just stoking harassment to Frogan. He's misogynistic, so don't get me wrong. He will be misogynistically gross and disgusting to Denims as well. Right? But like, Again, all roads lead back to Frogan. He just has less smoke for denims.
Thinks that just because yeah, so you know, this guy who he marched with Martin Luther King, and he killed someone, and you're trying to put him in jail. I'm just an analogy. That's just made up.
This is a better analogy than the Iron Man or the Iron Lung one.
That's better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take it. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's like, oh, you did something good, therefore you're trying to.
Sure. Okay. What is the session with comparing himself to black people? No, he's not. He's not MLK in this scenario, right? The Palestinian people are MLK in this scenario, and Frogan is somebody who marched with MLK, but Frogan killed somebody. That's what he's saying. He's saying Frogan is the one who murdered someone. Yes. Like Ethan is the black student.
To hold me responsible for something completely unrelated? Shut up.
I mean, you going after Frogan is not completely unrelated, and this is impossible to get this person to understand, right? Which is why it's almost not even productive outside of like defending Frogan to talk about, because Ethan doesn't care. It's almost impossible to get Ethan to understand this. You know what I mean? Because he doesn't care to understand it. Like, explain to Ethan, you're attacking these creators because they're pro-Palestinian, right? He's not going to compute in his mind. He'll just be like, no, I'm attacking them for something different, right? I promise. There's just always something different to attack them about. And I never attack anybody else for anything else ever. And mostly just only pro-Palestinian creators. So, but it's not because they're pro-Palestinian. Like, it's impossible to get this down to him.
Zero accountability. Holy shit.
I think it's insane to involve his children and anybody else that really doesn't deserve the criticism. I think Hila deserves the criticism as well too.
So what I'll say to her credit is I don't believe that I've seen, maybe you guys will prove me wrong, that she's ever done this Ethan's kids are eating shit and all this stuff. And she says people shouldn't come after my kids, which by the way,
it would suck if somebody said that Ethan's kids got Giardia from their dog. That'd be crazy. Ethan would probably hate that person. Who started that story, by the way, chat? I don't think we ever figured that out. Who started that? I don't know. I don't remember. Yeah, it must have been AI who started it or something.
Way is
yeah, I've never seen that was like that was Denims primarily,
yeah,
and like people
and
around her.
Yeah. So to her credit, she never did do that, and I think that's a good thing, right? That's better than Denims, who's just like a vile, heartless freak.
Yeah, I don't think she participated.
Yeah, how dare Denims repeat what Ethan himself had said? That pisses me off so much about the Denims called CPS thing. Giardia is one of the sicknesses doctors mandated to call CPS to a home visit about, at least in my state. Again, I don't know, right? All I know, and I can always speak about what I know, is that Ethan Klein started the claim. Ethan made the claim himself. So, I don't know. He can't be mad at anybody else. He can't be mad at anybody else except for himself. And they'd be like, oh, guys, it was the funniest thing happened yesterday. The funniest thing happened yesterday. My son got a cookie out of the cookie jar and I punched him in the face. I punched him in the face because he got a cookie out of a cookie jar. It was so funny. And then when CPS showed up, we were just like, bro, who told CPS that I punched my kid in the face? Who told them that I was beating my kids up? And that's like being mad at like The people who said that. Why would you make the claim? Like, I don't know. Even if you were joking, maybe don't joke about punching your kids in the face on your podcast. Don't joke about your kids getting giardia from your dog. Maybe don't do that. And if people see that and they're just like, man, I can't believe Ethan is doing this to his kids, you only have yourself to blame.
It's good. I mean, yeah, to her credit, that's true.
She says some batshit crazy things on the podcast as well.
By the way, she goes, Ethan needs to be criticized for being pro-Israel, and also Hila said batshit crazy stuff. Okay, well, clearly you're going to have evidence to support that, right?
You said Yoav Gallant was a good guy. She said Yoav Gallant was a good guy, and you agreed with her. Even if they did apologize, which they didn't, even if they did, people have a right to call that out as crazy things you say on the podcast. Like, what are we talking about? Even if you apologize, you said a crazy thing, people, what's it called? Call you out on it, and then you apologize, and that's what Frogan is describing here. But they didn't apologize anyway, so.
And I've said this, and I'll say it again. If you're spewing pro-Israel propaganda, I'm going to call you out about it. I received a text.
Okay, well, if you're calling people out, get ready for them to respond. Like, it's not brave of you to be like, I'm calling you out because I disagree. And then when they
wait, is he not doubting or discounting the fact that he spreads pro-Israel propaganda? He's not gonna say, I'm not spreading pro-Israel propaganda? Is he wait, okay. He has to say that, right? He has, come on.
I'm going to call you out about it. I received a text.
Okay, well, if you're calling people out, get ready for them to respond. Like, it's not brave of you to be like, I'm calling you out because I disagree. And then when they respond to you, you go, I'm being bullied and harassed. It's insane. It's cry bully behavior, which is my criticism of you from the beginning. Just cry bully behavior. And she's being enabled by people like Hassan, who are like, people only criticize her because she's a hijabi. And it's like, dude, this is not helping anybody.
Okay, so a few things. Number one, he's not going to say he's not doing pro-Israel propaganda. So I guess this kind of confirms that he's doing pro-Israel propaganda. Right? He's not denying that. Number one. Number two, you're Islamophobic. So, yeah.
Here's the clip. Thank you.
We found it? Nice.
So he pretty quickly apologized.
If I had known that the whole video was concluding on me changing the grade, I still would have refused to change my grade, but I would have done it in a much more careful way, because I thought that he was just experimenting with different elements of the content.
Hey, Ethan, why are you watching it on a... This isn't on the Psychology in Seattle channel. Why are you watching it on this re-upload? I'm just curious. Curious why Kurt felt the need to take it down, because he was being harassed by a certain someone. Oh, also before I forget, later this week I will be on the front page of Twitch And I don't remember what I said I was gonna do, so I need ideas for content, chat. So maybe we'll do a tier list. That would be fun. Inward tier list. I've already done an inward tier list. Anything except League, hater. Oh no. I know. Sorry, I know what we're doing. We're doing we could also do a tier list. We're doing Twitch controls Elden Ring. That's what we're doing. So I have to make sure that that's working. Chat controls my Elden Ring. I think that's a good content for the front page. Black hair tier list. What would you even tier list there? Assemble your 100-man team to fight a gorilla for content creators. Oh, black hair in anime. Is it working already now? Yeah, just making sure that I have all the things that I need. Which animals can you fight 1v1? I mean, I think I'll have it for, I think it's 6 hours. So we could always do like, 2 hours of some content and like other hours of other content. What about 100 gorilla versus the T-Rex? The gorillas would sweep a T-Rex, chat. It's not even close. 100 gorillas will demolish a T-Rex. How many rats can you beat in a fight? All of them. T-Rex all day? No, you're wrong. You are incorrect. If you think a T-Rex can beat 100 gorillas, T-Rex for sure. You're incorrect. A T-Rex has 1, maybe 2 avenues of attack. They have the jaw, and maybe like they can step on things. Maybe. 100, at least a gorilla. Tail. What is the tail gonna do? What is the tail gonna do? Nothing. Exactly. Nothing. Nothing. One sweep minus 15 gorillas? You're wrong. You're incorrect. You're incorrect. You are incorrect. Incorrect. Do you think even if the T-Rex can start the tail whip animation, right, and doesn't get animation canceled, which it definitely could and would get animation canceled, right? If the T-Rex starts the tail whip, right, and then knock down like 10 gorillas, that's it. You're cooked. The gorillas just have to. Okay, you're not understanding this, chat. A T-Rex is sitting on 2 legs. 2 legs. A gorilla takes one of those legs out, you're dead. You're done. Animation canceling doesn't exist IRL. Yes, it does. You're telling me if you're gonna throw out a punch and you get punched, you don't stop. You stop your punch, chat. Reflexively. You're gonna throw a punch out, you start your punch, and you get clocked. You stop your punch. Now I punch do it. You're wrong. You're incorrect. You're incorrect. Rex would have weighed between 5,000 and 7,000 kilograms, 11,000 to 15,000 pounds. Doesn't matter. The gorillas just got to take out 1 leg. You're not understanding this, right? The gorillas just have to take out a single leg. We're talking about 100 gorillas. The gorilla just needs to take out a single leg, and then the Rex has nothing. There's nothing they can do. Yeah, but would the gorillas want to? Yes! That is what they would be attacking. They would be attacking the leg. A better question is like maybe like 20 gorillas or whatever. The Spinosaurus would win 100%. Yeah, because Spinos are aquatic. Right? They just swim better than gorillas can swim. I think it takes 50. That's when it's wrong. You're incorrect. You're wrong. Okay? You're wrong. Here, yeah, we'll look at the iguana tail whip. I'll just see. And look, the cat's still alive. What are you? The T-Rex is gonna tickle him? The T-Rex is gonna tickle him with the tail? No, it died off screen. Yeah, tail whip does 0 damage to Pokemon. Chatters, come on. Speaking of which, I need to open up my packs. You don't know anything about Gorilla Sean. You don't know anything about T-Rexes either. You're so wrong. It's not even funny. You're wrong. You're incorrect. I'm not hearing anything. You're wrong. You're incorrect. I don't think y'all understand how many gorillas 100 is. 100 is a lot of freaking gorillas. So easy D&D stat block for an ape shows a challenge rating of 1/2 and a T-Rex challenge rating of 8, implying that you only need 16 apes to even to have an even fight. Exactly. You are underestimating how many 100 is of gorillas. That's a lot of gorillas. It is. It's a lot of freaking gorillas. Also, I just realized this is just if you have one of every Pokemon versus Arceus who wins, or one of every Pokemon versus a billion lions. It's the same. We do this every what's it called? Like every few years. Tell we needs distance, even if the T-Rex got it off once, they'll get swarmed after. Yeah. 100 may be too many. I stand by the T-Rex beating 50 gorillas. Maybe. Right? But like again, purely on the nature of one T-Rex versus 100 gorillas, the gorillas win. And it's not even really close. The T-Rex is like 5 times the size of an average gorilla, and I think a T-Rex could clear like 4 or 6 with his bite damage, but once they climb on, the T-Rex is cooked. Yeah, it's not even close. Goku versus 100 Power Rangers? Now that's a question. Goku versus 100 Power Rangers. That's a question. Because it depends on what the Power Rangers, like what Power Rangers it is. Right? It really depends. Because Power Rangers scalings are like is insane. Which Goku though? There's only one Goku. There's only one Goku. Goku wins no context. I think you're drastically underestimating how far Power Rangers scale. It's like 3 or 4. I guess if you count like GT Goku as a different Goku, then maybe there's 2 different Gokus. But Super is a continuation of Dragon Ball Z, which is a continuation of Dragon Ball. And GT is a continuation of Dragon Ball Z, which is a continuation of Dragon Ball. It's either GT Goku or it's Super Goku. Those are the only 2 different like variations of Goku. Core Power Rangers is the strongest. It depends. 100 Gokus versus 1 Gurren Lagann. I haven't finished Gurren Lagann, so I can't speak on that. Even if 100 gorillas just ant swarm the T-Rex with no discernible strategy, it'll be enough. As well as the T-Rex, yeah. But what Super Saiyan for Goku? Honestly, it doesn't even really matter against some of the most powerful Rangers. Like we're talking about like time bending powers. The Morphin Grid is insane. We start getting into like the comics and stuff. You feel me? Like, it gets crazy, but I don't know. Rangers are incredibly powerful, and they people don't understand that. Yeah, 100 Rangers is a lot, but it really depends on like which set of Rangers they are and what their powers are and where the powers come from. Because some morphers tap into the morphing grid, like, you know, not stronger, but have a deeper connection to the morphing grid than other Rangers do. Not all Ranger teams are built equally. Rangers are powerful, yes, but not Goku powerful. I think you're overestimating how powerful Goku is. Beerus has time powers, but Goku hasn't beaten Beerus. Goku's now, currently, is still below Beerus level. Goku can blow up the planet, and so can Power Rangers. Like, what are we talking about here? Power Rangers are go dummy. And we're talking about 100 of them. Power Rangers are stronger than you think.
Don't need a drop, like, you coming to pen or you not. Get away cause I don't like the cops. You getting thrown out if you with my op. Creep behind them but don't make it hot. Tryna flip
go crazy.
They gon' act like I don't make it hot. They tryna flip, don't care about the cops. She like how I beat up the GBG babies keep getting dropped. Don't need a drop, like, you coming to pen or you not. Get away cause I don't like the cops. You getting thrown out if you with my op. Creep behind them but don't make it hot. Tryna flip with the teeth with my pop. They gon' act like I don't make it hot.
Racing cops is so like God. I mean, it depends. Some Rangers are cops, but like, it's so corny but so fire. It is.
Like, you coming to pen or you not. Get away cause I don't like the cops. You getting thrown out if you with my op. Creep behind them but don't make it hot. Tryna flip with the teeth with my pop. They gon' act like I don't make it hot. They tryna flip, don't care about the cops. She like how I beat up the GBG babies keep getting dropped.
Samurai Gold was a fisherman. His animal is a barracuda, I believe. He's a barracuda blade. It's been a while since I've seen Samurai. Anyway, we've gotten so off topic. He's the sushi ranger. That feels racist, chat. Is that racist? Anyway, sorry, let's continue.
I thought I was going to be one of hundreds of possible things that he would put in, and I thought since I didn't change the grade, I wouldn't even make it in the video. And I asked him about it actually today, and he said that he thought I was going to change the grade, and that when I didn't change the grade, he had to completely rewrite the ending, the epilogue.
That sounds pretty genuine, guys. That sounds like a really genuine effort to make me, to make people sympathetic with me. Like you're lying.
It's
you're
funny
a
because
liar.
like, Ian talked about this in the video. He was like, this video was a lot more contentious. But when I talked to Psychology in Seattle, right, when I talked to Dr. Kirk, he changed something in me, right? He was like, I thought like, hey, maybe I should be nicer to Ethan. Maybe Ethan does just need a hug. Like Ian talked about it in the video. We got 100v1 tier list based on how fun it is to debate.
Okay, but to be fair to Frogan, she may not have been on the loop in all of that.
Personally, I wouldn't even I wouldn't agree because she was there from the inception, and all of them got this like half-assed phone call.
How do you know?
I'm explaining.
Okay.
Well, she was there when they were doing the dancing bullshit, which I'm assuming was like, you know, during the making of.
Sure, I just don't know though.
Well, so the reason I think she knows is because everybody got this half-assed call, like probably 2 or 3 days before he posted the video, or maybe even less, being like, "Can you say something nice for Ethan?"
Because they shot them individually instead of when they were all together. That's the rationale. I'm supporting.
Why? It's like, yeah, no. Why are you asking last minute to say something nice? Like you didn't.
It's so funny because like again, Ian, we can pull this up. Ian talked about this in the content cop. 105th grader versus a gorilla. Okay, that's literally just the 100 men versus a gorilla, but like worse.
From anyone
except you guys. You have laid the groundwork for this. I'm going to rate your own official apology rating system. So I'm going to rate Ethan's apology a B-. That's just based on my own feelings and my own rubric. When Psychology in Seattle was watching these video clips of Ethan, he said that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug. Now, of course, it kind of pisses me off to hear that shit, because I'm like, what are we doing? What are we saying? He needs a hug? No, he doesn't need a hug. He needs a good fucking ass whooping is what he needs. I think something that's very important to me in bringing back Content Cop is to be fair. I think that was something that was not illustrated in previous Content Cops that I think should have been, and probably wouldn't have left me with so much regret. Ethan deserves all of the criticism that he's getting. I think it's very valid. But I also think, at the end of the day, we should acknowledge that he's human, because he is human. And he is in a situation that's making him extremely scared, paranoid, defensive, sensitive, and I'm sure other features and feelings. In the spirit of Kirk saying that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug, I have challenged some of his most powerful haters to put down the haterade and just say something nice and charitable about him, because I think he deserves it.
I just want
Like, how is that like not what you see? Right? The video was contentious, and it was intended to be more contentious, but after talking with Dr. Kirk, right? Ian decided, all right, we're going to sit down and acknowledge Ethan's humanity, and we're going to say something nice about him. And he sees it as like as invalid because the video started as something more contentious. Well, you should have talked to a therapist who would have guessed. Yeah.
Know that I was even part of it until like 2 days before. You can't like make this grand claim that it was meant to make people sympathetic for me when like it's bullshit. It's just a lie. Does that make sense? You seem confused.
No, I agree that I think that Ian scrambled and that was never his intention, and that's bullshit. I'm just questioning the level of Frogan's involvement in the making this video beyond doing the Fortnite dance and then sending that video. I don't think she was like on the ground floor planning it with them.
I don't think she was writing it, but I don't think she believes this, because like up until 2 days before, she thought this was just like an epic takedown. And then all of a sudden it's like, hey, by the way, can you send something nice?
I guess I get what you're saying.
And by the way, Hassan's not going to appear in it. And by the way, Shonda Black, the next day after.
Hey, wait, he talked about me. Hey, we mentioned. Wait, I thought he didn't know who I was. Oh, he's so obsessed. Oh, he's so obsessed. Wow, Wild Sean mentioned. He's so obsessed. I know. So obsessed with me. No, Ethan, I have a girlfriend.
And by the way, Hassan's not going to appear in it. And by the way, Shonda Black, the next day after, is going to be like, I didn't know I could say no.
Right, yeah.
Still a funny bit. It was a funny clip. It was a funny clip. I was like, wait, I could have said no. Ethan, wake up. Oh, I have my own soundboard. We're here, chat. We made it. We made it. I'm on my own soundboard. W. We had mentioned.
Bro, why are you there? Why?
I love how he put, okay, let me get this straight. So he directly mentions me without any provocation, right? His stupid soundboard guy plays a soundboard of me, and he's still trying to pull this, why are you even there? I don't even know who you are.
Why?
To that hour-long Content Cop video, and he had to, and maybe influenced to.
Soundboard bit is probably the most clever due to platform Black Voices. True.
Make it more positive, and then he reached out to all those content.
With the streamer, not even 5% of his size, because he's stupid. And he's like the Jake Paul of streaming. Does that make sense, chat? Do I need to explain that analogy? He's the Jake Paul of streaming. only picks fight with people that he knows that he can win. That's really it. That's why he beats with people who are like 5% of his size. Except for Hassan. No, even with Hassan, like, it's not even just about like size. It's about like the amount of like the hate complex that Hassan has as well. He can just, you know, jump on the bandwagon of the hate complex. Because it's very easy to just say Hassan bad and profit. Right? Same with Ian. He only picks targets that he's aware that he can like garner an audience against them. People who are smaller than him, people who are left wing, people who are pro Palestine, things of that nature.
Content providers for them to all say something nice in light of what I had done.
Yeah, pretty fucked up, huh, Dr. Kirk? Yeah, it's pretty insane.
What? He looks like he's very sad about that. It's definitely affecting him negatively. I wonder what the next part of this video is. I'm curious. So we have a link to this video, chat. I want to see what he's pausing it on. Because I watched this entire video. I didn't get that Kirk was like had a problem with that. He's happy that he had that impact. Like, he's saying it's a good thing.
Hey, deserving listener.
Why he's never gone out the West Side, Tyler? Don't bring up that person's name in my chat. 3245.
Content providers for them to all say something nice in light of what I had done. and I thought, oh my God. I mean, it is what I was hoping. I mean, not that specifically, but that message I was hoping to influence. I didn't.
Oh, it looks like Kirk actually was hoping to have that impact on Ian. Interesting. I wonder why Ethan paused it right then, at that moment, and claimed that Kirk was saying the exact opposite.
Reached out to all those content providers for them to all say something nice in light of what I had done.
Yeah, pretty fucked up, huh, Dr. Kirk? Yeah.
He literally says the exact opposite. He's saying that I'm glad I had that impact.
Realized I would be that pivotal. I didn't realize I was, you know, I can imagine for him being quite disappointed after we had that 3-hour conversation. We hung out afterwards as well, the four of us, Stacy and Anissa and Ian and I, and just, you know, shot the shit.
He pretty quickly.
So yeah, so like, what is he talking about?
Insane. I feel bad for him. He's the one that got fucked the most in this, it seems like.
Oh, I wonder why. I wonder if Ethan's going to touch on his audience doing a mass harassment campaign. Why are you watching a re-upload, Ethan? Just curious. Just curious.
Anywho, so yeah, that's my take on that whole ridiculous narrative. Thank you guys for being so nice. You guys were so sympathetic. Everybody watched that and felt bad for me. All the people that hate me watched that and were like, we need to give Ethan a second chance.
In a weird roundabout way.
It did. That's what happened. It is what happened, but not the way they intended.
Right. It's
horrible.
There's something interesting there.
There is, yeah, that is interesting. That is what happened. A lot of.
Yeah. People did have empathy
but they didn't
for
feel
you,
bad.
but they felt bad for you because an old friend was like
they hated
doing this
that.
like blatant betrayal rather than the intended reason.
Man.
But
So interesting.
same end result though.
It's horrible.
Asking to say something nice about Ethan, and to be honest, I thought about it long and hard because I was like, this man.
And then she goes, when I first was asked about it, I was like, I don't fucking want to say anything nice about this guy.
Yeah, I wonder
Like,
why.
okay.
I wonder why, Ethan. I wonder why Frogan would not initially want to say something nice about you. That just genuinely. Just take 2 seconds. I wonder why her first reaction would be like, I don't know how I feel about this.
Okay.
Well, I can understand that from her point of view.
Okay, but then like, don't be like, we were trying to be nice. It's like, no, you weren't.
She
You hate-
decided to, okay, he's so stupid. And he's also bad faith. And also ugly. And dumb. And ugly. Like, come on. Her initial reaction was like, I don't know if I want to say anything about this person who's been harassing me for the last 18 months. And then she decided to do it. She decided to say something nice. And Ethan's still mad. Ethan's like, well, you didn't love me initially? You didn't initially love me and have the best feelings about me when I said something nice about me? That means if you ever say something nice about me, it must be not genuine. Did you mention ugly or stupid? I forgot ugly. He's ugly too, and stupid.
Hate me, and just say it. Don't do this. I hate how they like pretend to be these good people,
I get it,
altruistic. It's bullshit. Just fucking say what you actually believe. It's pathetic. These people don't know how to be honest.
I deserve anything nice from me. But
like in his worldview, you can't disagree with Ethan, but like think he's a nice person, which I don't, by the way, which is why I didn't say that. But like Ian, when Ian says like I think Ethan is a nice person at heart, and he just get back to it. You can't believe that. You can't think that. Those are incongruent in his mind, right? Can you take back the nice thing you said about Ethan? No, I don't take it back. Or even when he's like he's criticizing me. Jesus, look at his face. Even when he's criticizing me for about like saying I didn't mean it. You know what I mean? Like what I said, I was honest. You said you were being honest in your statement because I was being honest. Right? I was being honest. I was very honest in what I was saying. I didn't say anything that I didn't believe. I think that is good that he took those steps to move away from the anti-SJW pipeline, right? And moving into, or trying to step into a more empathetic worldview. That is a genuine good thing. Going from being anti-SJW reactionary right-winger to being less of that, right, is objectively positive. Right? Which is why I kind of chuckle when like Bad Up and Out is like calling me a Zionist for having that take. Like, it's an objectively true take. It is a true take that, irregardless of what Ethan Klein believes now, going from 2016 Ethan Klein to 2020 Ethan Klein was a step up. It was a first step, and he's basically walked it back, right? But taking that is a good thing. It is positive, right? And when that does happen, I think we should acknowledge that it is a positive thing to step into that direction. You know what I mean?
But I said, you know what?
I don't
I'm
want
going to
anything
do
nice
it.
from you.
Maybe it'll give me some closure. So I wrote a letter to Ethan, and I read it off, and iDubbbz put it in the video, and this was Ethan's reaction to the video.
I bet you
will
would.
be reading my letter off because I don't want to sound robotic. H3 used to be the sports for good that I used to watch. I hope that one day gets back to what I remember. You were one of the inspirations for me to start creating content, so all this has stunk. I hope you really hear this, and I wish you the best.
Listen,
Thank you.
Frogan, she's so dumb that you almost can't be even mad at her. Like, I think it's funny that she put this in because
Honestly, I didn't bite at all. I watched his edgy during his progressive turn, and I felt like self-serving BS at the time. I feel vindicated. I mean, I didn't buy it either. But again, it's still a positive thing if somebody takes that step, right? But you have to understand that like it's still more beneficial to just be a right-wing anti-SJW person. You feel me? Like it is more beneficial to do that. And so when somebody steps away from that and moving into a liberal perspective, then like, yeah, like it's still, I will be like, yeah, that's a good thing. And you should continue your journey. Right? I'm not going to look at somebody who moved from being anti-SJW to being like a liberal still reactionary, but like a liberal, and being like, "F you, you're still not good enough leftist for me," or whatever. You know what I mean? I don't think that's necessarily like productive. Ethan chose not to continue the journey, and I was saying that like taking that first step away from what he was doing before, like, not positive. Him stopping saying slurs, I'll be like, you know, that's okay. I think it's a good first step.
I mean, it's kind of funny, you know.
Well, she's putting it in to show that you were not nice while she was being nice.
Yeah, she was being so nice.
Right, I get it. I get it.
But I think she's thinking it makes me look crazy, but I think it doesn't. I don't know. It's kind of a good point, honestly.
And it almost felt like the nicest one of them all.
I think she was the only one being genuine,
Yeah.
actually. So I
think
don't
we're
want
being
to-
nice, too, by the same
whatever.
token.
Just, Frogan, just chill, okay? Just stop being an idiot, and I'll stop talking about you. It's really simple math.
She's also by far the smallest creator of the bunch.
Right.
I mean, is it even like cool that he included her? Like, she's just gonna get more shit for being
It's
involved.
not. It's not cool.
And, like,
on his
it's
behalf.
not- it's
he
tot-
knows what like this entails.
This part made me laugh.
I feel like that clip wasn't bad. It feels like we were being genuine and. Well, anyway,
Being genuine by calling her dumb and saying that she was stupid, and like yeah, okay.
She didn't see it that way.
Well,
And
on
like,
his
it's
behalf.
not. It's
he
tot-
knows what like this entails.
This part made me laugh because it was very tone deaf, and he's acting like
Tone deaf. Does she know? I don't know if she knows what that means.
Is he gonna play the video? Why did he pause in the middle of her statement? Like, I'm sure she's going to explain it, like, in a second, right before you paused it.
What was tone deaf about it?
Well, play it.
What was the tone I was deaf to?
Play the video.
Ah, there it is. There it is. That's the tone.
like half of his content, Nuke, wasn't about me.
Okay, this part is
And
bananas.
he's acting like half of his content, Nuke, wasn't about me.
I know
Was
you.
that a picture joke? I didn't necessarily read it as such.
Think this song is about you. It was 10 minutes of an hour and 40-minute long video. Girl, you interpreted that as half? That just shows kind of where your head's at. Like, holy smokes. I talked.
Did y'all not have phones, chat? It's a ringtone. I don't think it was a pager joke. Pagers don't have a Nokia ringtone. Yeah, it's tone deaf ringtone. Yeah. Pagers never had ringtones. They only vibrated. Zoomers in chat exposed. It's not even a Zoomer thing. That's like Gen Alpha. Phones still have ringtones, chat. Like, I'm confused. Like, I never owned a pager, but like I've had a phone with a ringtone, and so when chat was like pager joke, I was like, is that a pager joke? Okay, so what was the joke if it wasn't a pager joke? Fucking ringtone. He said it's like freaking Frogan said it was tone deaf. He's like, what tone am I deaf into? And then Zach played a ringtone. Are you dumb? It's a stupid joke, but it's a ringtone. Pagers don't even ring. Okay, tone deaf ringtone. I didn't see it as a joke. That's not my fault. Oh, I didn't get the joke, so it must have been your fault. That's not my fault, just because you didn't understand the joke. Yeah, pager makes less sense. It literally makes less sense. Who says modern pagers have ringtones, but I don't know, so I mean, like, it's like it's okay.
Sean, the
It was
Black
very
says, "She's
okay.
my
It
African
was very
princess."
clearly a
Calafro
joke
just
about
subscribed.
ringtone and tone deaf. The joke is ringtone, tone deaf. Tone is in both of the words. Like it's not it's not like a highbrow joke. I think it was about Ethan not picking up Ian's call, so he didn't hear the ringtone being tone deaf. No, that's not the joke. It's not about Ian. It's so simple. It's literally Frogan said ringtone. So Frogan said tone deaf. Ethan's like, what tone am I deaf to? And then Zach played a ringtone. It's literally that simple. It's literally that simple. Literally that simple. Frogan said tone deaf. Ethan's like, tone deaf? What tone am I deaf to? And then Zach played a ringtone. It's literally that. It's just that. It's just that. Like, yeah, my Peter jokes aren't funny. I feel like you're trolling. I feel like you're trolling, trying to keep me on this situation. He hit a button with the word tone in it. Sophisticated comedy. Yeah. Like, there's a trash tier joke to get this much attention because chat is stupid. Chat's dumb. And this is the problem. They are so ready, right? So ready to view whatever like Ethan does in like in a bad faith way, right? Which understandable because Ethan is Islamophobic, but like they are doing what like we criticize Ethan for doing to us, taking very clear jokes and reading it in like the most uncharitable bad faith way. It loses the actual point. John takes out a streamer, so what does it say about you? No, it doesn't. You have to be trolling because you literally explained it like 4 times? Yeah.
40-minute long video. Girl, you interpreted that as half? That just shows kind of where your head's at.
Content nuke wasn't about me.
I know you think this song is about you. It was 10. Okay, this part is
And
bananas.
he's acting like half of his content nuke wasn't about me.
I know you think this song is about you. It was 10 minutes of an hour and 40-minute long video. Girl, you interpreted that as half?
Okay. Even if I were to take Ethan at his face value, which you shouldn't do. Right? Which you shouldn't do. He had Frogan's picture up for like 30 of those minutes. Right? It wasn't even just about the tier list. Right? He said that Frogan was Qatari funded. He said that he had Frogan's picture up for like half of the video length. He had talked about her being rising star, not being rising star. Like, okay, we can look actually. We can take a little look-sees.
a terrorist organization.
Let's see. Right here. He has Frogan in the corner. For wherever he does, it was before this. For this entire section, right? It's about like 7-8 minutes. And then the entire latter half of the video, right, is about Frogan. From 1:12, 1 hour and 12 minutes. Frogan or Twitch or to some extent. Maybe Hassan as well. I mean, our stuff was so irrelevant to the point they were trying to make as well. Just obsessed, yeah. Yeah, maybe not half the video. Maybe she's being a little exaggeratory. Being a little bit exaggeratory. Right? But it's still a sizable portion of the video. So I was paying her millions of dollars for a streamer with 500 peak on Twitch. You should be paying me. Where's my money at?
That just shows kind of where your head's at. Like, holy smokes. I talked about you for 10 minutes. Yeah, and by the way, I thought it was integral to the story. I think it was very well. Your whole Arab tier list was a big.
Isn't it a bit hyperbole? He wouldn't accept this level of nitpicking coming his way. Yeah, it is hyperbole. It wasn't like half, right? But it was still a good portion. Like, she was a major feature of the content nuke. After Hassan, it was Frogan, and then after Frogan, it was Denims, right? She's still a major feature of the content nuke.
Piece of the puzzle in this whole tapestry of bullshit, right? So yeah, of course I'm going to talk about you, but only for 10 minutes, not half. That's fucking silly.
Also, it doesn't even matter. Like, legitimately, like, how much, the extent in which that he talks about Frogan doesn't matter. Like, if it was 10 minutes or like half, because that still stoked harassment. It serves her point that, like, you know, Ethan was instrumental in sending harassment her way. But he likes to portray himself as like an altruistic person, right? He's like, oh, like, you know, I'm magnanimous. I only talked about you for 10 minutes. You're welcome. You should praise me, actually.
Really silly. It's actually insane to claim that.
Half of the content nuke, the entire ending half, was about
That
me.
is insane.
So if I'm so...
The entire half was about me.
I hope you get PTSD.
You know, if that was true, I'd think that she was right. I'd be like, yeah, that's overkill. Why are you talking about Frogan so much?
No, even 10 minutes is overkill. Even if it's not 10 minutes, she was like a part of the content here for 8 minutes. Right? And she was a part of the content here for 20 minutes. Follow age DJ Clancy Hasanabi. Someone check DJ Clancy for follow age me. Tell him Dan Clancy has followed me, because it's probably been forever. Because we're best friends.
Whoops, wrong channel. Let's take a look here at the I forget even what's my old channel's URL.
Who fucking who?
Dude, YouTube is so fucked. Look how far down I have to go.
Oh yeah, Mogul Moves doesn't exist anymore, by the way. It's Ludwig now. He changed the channel name.
Find the content nuke. Why is it like this far, really?
It wasn't on the top. Oh, I see.
Why didn't you just
showing
search content nuke?
Ethan joins a 90s band?
Well, those are banger videos.
It is a banger video, yeah. All right, let's take a look. So she says the back half is all about her. So let's see, where do I first mention her? Frogan. Let me use a mouse.
I'll look too.
Yeah.
This is gonna.
I think I'll. Here she is. Here she is. So this is when she first comes up, I think. Talk about Dan being a creep. First of all, it's gross enough you're a creep, but what an incompetent idiot you are. You're the CEO of Twitch, and you get caught with the fucking. You get caught with the girlies on your homepage twice? Bro, come on, dude. You got wife, man. Got daughters. We don't need to know about this. Don't want that in my head, bro. It's also a little bit disturbing considering, you know, he's these people's bosses. Okay? All right, so he's incompetent. He's a creep. He's protecting terrorist propagandists.
You think about what you've done. You think about what you've done.
So what's up? So what's the big deal with Dan Clancy? Well, what happened next is what really made me realize how corrupted and rotten Twitch is to the very core of the organization. First, let me introduce you to Frogan.
Why don't you go take a trip to Home Depot and buy some rope?
She's one of Hassan's. Could it be that people don't like you because you say shit like that? You know? That could be one of the reasons that doesn't have to
admit to watching I Want to Go brought on stream, by the way. That's not surprising.
do with the fact that you're wearing a hijab.
So this is at 116 what?
This is 116.39.
Okay, so I'm looking to see when it stops.
She's leading great disc
briefly at 26 minutes as well.
It looks like the tier list stuff ends
So I talk about the
around 128.
By the way, the tier list thing isn't really all about her either. It's about the tier list, right?
Right, yeah.
And then here we're talking about her podcast, which again, they just kind of shockingly dumb shit they say.
It looks like it's about 12 minutes, this segment.
12 minutes?
I would say. So a little more than the 10 you said, Ethan.
But that's even being generous because I'm not even talking about her now. Like when I'm
Sure,
doing
but it's a topic that directly involves her. I think it's fair to say.
Which would make them Sabras. So
at least somewhat part of
it. It doesn't even matter. She was a prominent feature of the content nuke. Like it doesn't. Okay, sure. You only harassed her for 12 minutes. You know, instead of half the content nuke. Like if she was like, you know, proportionally, if she was like proportionally like that large or that, you know, a big of a streamer, then like maybe it would be relevant or useful. But like you cannot simultaneously claim that Frogan is like barely a creator while justifying spending 10 minutes on her in the content nuke anyway. It just doesn't make sense. You can't claim that Frogan is a nobody and then spend any amount of time on her in the content. And then get mad when she responds saying, "Now Ethan has added to the harassment. I only spent 1 out of 20% of my 2-hour-long video harassing Frogan. Why are you mad?" Yeah.
About her, so yeah, 12 minutes out of the video.
12 minutes, yeah, at about an hour and 42 minutes.
Right.
That's half, I guess. That pretty much maths out.
Like he's harping on like the term like half, but he uses the phrase half as even though it was like hyperbole, right? Because he doesn't want to actually engage with the fact that he is like again doing a targeted harassment campaign against Frogan.
How could I? She's saying I talked about her.
Like this
for
is just,
80 minutes.
This is dishonest. There's no way to tout this other than it just being dishonest. Right? He's uncharitably reading what Frogan is saying, it's not actually engaging with the message that she's saying, right? To be like, well, technically, you are incorrect by the letter of the words that you are saying. Therefore, you know, your entire point is invalid.
No, I overshot that.
Would it be helpful to pull the actual tier list in its entirety? Helpful for what?
What are you trying to say?
She's saying I talked about her for 45 minutes.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that's a lot longer than I did.
So irrelevant and so uncool to include. Why the fuck was I in your goddamn video?
Like Hassan could, bro.
Relevant and so uncool to include. Why the fuck was I in your goddamn video?
Like, because What's her point? Hold on, let me go back.
Half of his content, Nuke,
Saying
wasn't about me.
if you're so relevant, because in that
content he's misrepresenting, I've already talked about the tier list enough, and they've already gotten banned for it, so it doesn't even matter.
Half of the content, Nuke, the entire ending half was about me. So if I'm so irrelevant and so uncool,
Also, yeah, I know what else I want to point out, that he is being dishonest, right? Like the only reason why he's talking about like Twitch and Dan Clancy or whatever. And, okay, not the only reason, but like a large reason is because of the tier list and because of Frogan. So him being like, oh, this stuff about Dan Clancy, it's just, it's meaningless, right? Even though like it's because of Hassan and Frogan, right? And the A-Rad's podcast. Because he's building this story of like Twitch being anti-Semitic. So like, I think that's, enough to call it being about Frogan as well, but what have you.
Include. Why the fuck was I in your goddamn video?
That would be a good point if she was right.
The premise wasn't a complete lie. 12 minutes, and most of it wasn't
That's
directly
still
about...
too much. You have 6 million subscribers. 12 minutes on Frogan is still too much. Because by your own admission earlier in this video, she's a nobody. You said that. You said that she's barely a content creator. You cannot hold these two truths in your head. You cannot simultaneously say Frogan is too small to even be considered a content creator because she's a failure or whatever, but also she deserves to be featured in like 5% of the content. Incongruent ideas.
So like, what are you talking about, lady? You're delusional.
For 11%, I didn't actually count.
Yeah, it would have been 50 minutes of me talking about her if what she said was correct. But also, just because I think you're irrelevant doesn't mean you don't belong in the video.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. That's what irrelevant means. It means not relevant. They are paradoxical. You cannot think that she is irrelevant while also putting her in the content. You cannot. Those words have meaning. Isn't he an English major? Did he graduate with an English degree? Words mean things. It's like Schrodinger's content creator. She's both relevant enough for me to attack and harass, but also not relevant enough for me so I can like dog on that. He's been obsessively posting Insta stories and ranting about her since the beginning of the year. It's stupid for him to even try to trivialize how long he featured in the H3H3 video. The video is just more on top of everything else. Yeah.
You are irrelevant. You're propped up by a bunch of ridiculous forces on Twitch and people, despite you being essentially can only be described as talentless, and you've been doing it now for years. Constantly rising, starring it, and
I don't understand. This is his response to Frogan's video that is accusing him of doing targeted harassment. By the way. This is how he responds to being accused of targeted harassment. He's so viscerally mean, he just sounds like an asshole. Because he is an asshole. He is. He doesn't respond to the accusations whatsoever other than to talk shit. Because that's what he wants. That's all he is. That's it. He wants to feel powerful. That's literally it. He wants to feel powerful. He wants to feel strong. He wants to be a big, strong man who's dunking on a smaller content creator. Right? He wants to flex his numbers, even though like his numbers are going down. Like his growth is negative. He's losing viewership. He's losing subscribers. So to make himself look good or to feel good internally, he's like, oh yeah, I may be losing subscribers, but I'm still bigger than Frogan. Frogan's still smaller than me. That's it. That's all he has. Right? That's all he has.
That's definitely noteworthy, you know, don't you?
I think you're giving her the fuel to succeed. You're giving her the motivation right now.
Good.
There you go.
I hope that I hope she harnesses it for good.
It's a fire in her heart.
And not another Ethan response video. She'll do it again. She's going to do it again. Ethan response to my response to my response to Ethan's response to me complimenting Hamas.
The symbiotic
Didn't handle it,
relationship.
but yeah. Take, you know, go with God. Take it, please.
Frogan is the fucking Antichrist.
Easy.
I wouldn't go that far. That's way too far, Hassan. I thought you liked her. Well, also another big part of the puzzle is that she's a moderator for Hassan. She's like a prominent member of his community and a moderator. So when she says shit about me that I think is insane, I feel like it's representative of the broader Hassan community and even.
Okay, so Frogan is representative of the broader Hassan community because she's a moderator for Hassan. Sure. Therefore, you get to harass her. Okay.
Perhaps Hassan himself. So that's why I included you. But like Frogan's now just going to get a pile of shit on top of her that I have no control over because people are watching. Millions of people are watching his video, by the way, and they're reacting to it. And they're not having good reactions
Not
to it.
just our audience.
Far from our own, yeah.
I think it's funny that you think me being in the iDubbbz video is what's going to cause this harassment. But in reality, it's you, Ethan.
True.
You're acting like you haven't spent the last year and a half doing everything in your power to push people to bully and harass me, including
True.
weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made a joke about you not being able to say Habibi.
Okay. First of all,
True.
your joke was not about me not being able to say Habibi. This is.
Yes, it literally is. And so he's just like, there's like, okay. What do you even say to this? Like, he's lying. He's just lying. He's like, and lying is OP. Lying is just OP. He's just gonna lie. The tiers was who can say Habibi. They said it in the thing, in the video. That he harassed Twitch to take down and get these creators banned. And there's literally nothing you can say to these people. Like who are just liars. Who just straight up lie. We'd be like, actually, I'm gonna misrepresent what you said to my extremely large audience, and there's nothing you can do about it. He's like, this is like why I say his arguments have no merit, and it's better to just make fun of him rather than for being a stupid, ugly asshole. True. I think their angle is that Sabra means Jew. I don't know. Which is also stupid because they acknowledge in the video, in the VOD from the event, they say and they talk about and they acknowledge Sabra hummus. They say love Sabra because it's bad hummus. They talk about that expressly. And then Ethan is like, no, Sabra actually means a Jew born in Israel, so you're being anti-Semitic, sweaty. Just lying. Just straight up lying. Like, what do you even do? And the worst part is that these losers then went on their own podcast months later to flex about Sabra being bad hummus. Those are old videos of Ethan saying Sabra's trash. No, those are not old videos. They happened after they were banned. They were from a few months ago. They're not old videos. They were recent. They were like in February. They were flexing for how Sabra was bad hummus.
This is just another gaslighting, ridiculous premise that you're lying about. Okay. That I mentioned that in the video. And second of all, first of all, and second of all, and third of all, she says that I worked with the ADL to get Zionist, to deplatform. Now, what is her evidence that I work with the ADL other than the fact that I'm Jewish?
Who has the link? Who has the link? Ethan has talked about specifically, right, propped up the ADL for being the only organization taking a stand against Twitch's anti-Semitism. Was that on his main channel or his personal channel?
Again, Asmongold got banned immediately. Once again, Asmongold got banned immediately, rightfully, duly. However, when it comes to Frogan and her friends shitting on Jewish people, shitting on Zionists, right? They need a lot of time to think about it. And I think, yeah, like when the ADL got involved, that's only when they finally suspended Frogan and all the other people up on the stage. When a sitting congressman started writing letters, posting on Twitter, then they said, okay, we should probably do something about it.
Your face, idiot. And I did that shit. I'll take credit for it. I fucking did that shit. I hope she gets permanently banned. Fuck her. And
once again, Asmongold got banned immediately.
Ethan Klein, with his own words, claiming that the ADL was the reason why Frogan got banned, and it was only when ADL got involved, and then also simultaneously taking credit for the ban happening in the first place, and then also simultaneously acting like he and the ADL were not a part of the same campaign to get the ARABS podcast banned off of the platform. Okay. That doesn't mean he was involved, though. Nobody is saying that, like, Ethan directly directly called up Twitch and was like, you need to ban Frogan or whatever. He was a part of the same campaign. He was a part of the same campaign. He and the ADL and Richie Torres and Destiny's Community and Diddy Saltman and all these people were a part of the same campaign to push to get Frogan deplatformed. That's how Ethan took it. Well, because Ethan's stupid. He's dumb. He cozied up with the ADL to get Frogan and the ARABS podcast deplatformed. I just don't think it's enough proof. Proof of fucking what? What are you talking about? He was a part of the fucking campaign, Chad. Are you stupid? Are you dumb? He was calling for, and specifically spent so much time calling for the ARABS podcast to be banned. He was a part of the same campaign. That's what he was doing. He and the ADL and Diddy Saltman and Richie Torres were all specifically pushing for them to be banned. I mean, him and ADL specifically. What are you talking about? Yes, they were not like handshaking behind the scenes to get Frogan banned. They were a part of the same campaign. They were doing the same shit.
other gaslight. First,
banned off Twitch because I made a joke. Weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made a joke about you not being able to say Habibi.
Okay.
Like the claim is not that like, oh, Ethan was handshaking with the ADL, is that he was weaponizing the propaganda organizations like the ADL to get them banned, which is correct, which is true, right? Ethan Klein, right, promoting and pushing this narrative that like Frogan and the ARABS podcast was anti-Semitic so that the ADL was able to step in, take the reins on it, and pressure Twitch to help them take down the ARABS podcast, is him weaponizing the ADL. That's what it is. Maybe he didn't mean for it to happen, right? Maybe it was unintentional, but that's what he was doing. Right, and if he disavowed the ADL, and he did, like, man, I don't think the ADL should got involved, and we would have a different conversation. But he specifically was calling out that it was a good thing the ADL got involved and that they got banned. Because he was pushing for them to get banned. he took credit for it. Right? He's simultaneously saying that the ban only happened because the ADL and Richie Torres got involved. And he was like, while also claiming that, you know, he deserves the credit for the ban in the first place. Literally, the ADL tweet happened 3 days after his video, and the Twitch panel has been out for months. Yeah. So yes, he did weaponize the ADL. Right? Again, maybe it was unintentional. Maybe it was not on purpose. Maybe he didn't mean to put Frogan and the ARABS podcast in the sights of the ADL. But he has to acknowledge his role in the entire situation. He has to acknowledge that he played a part in it becoming a story for the ADL to pick up on, right? That then pressured Twitch to finally act to banning the ARABS podcast for a podcast that happened a month ago. He called for them to get banned for the tier list. ADL got them banned for the tier list a few days later. He caused it. ADL spoke with at Twitch staff today, became aware of several concerning incidents on the social media platform and /or involving Twitch streamers in the past week. We appreciate Twitch for making the right decision to finally suspend streamer Frogan for abusing her platform in the at TwitchCon event, spreading anti-Semitic vitriol during the time of the intense apprehension of the Jewish community. It's a credit for them getting banned. We saw the clip. This clip was literally that.
When a sitting congressman started writing letters, posting on Twitter, then they said, okay, we should probably do something about it.
Your face, idiot. And I did that shit. I'll take credit for it. I fucking did that shit. I hope she gets permanently banned. Fuck her. And
once again, Asmongold got banned.
So like, you can't be mad at Frogan for saying you're weaponizing the ADL to get, you know, her and the ARABS podcast banned, because that's what you did. What is genuinely, what is the purpose of Ethan talking on and bringing attention and calling all of this out, if not to get other larger organizations involved to add their voice to the chorus in order to get these people banned? It's very obvious and clear weaponization. The same way that like Ethan himself was weaponized by Diddy Saltman in the Destiny community to get them banned, right? The GGGers and Diddy Saltman and all that space used Ethan, right? In the same way that Ethan used the ADL to get them banned. They were all a part of the same campaign, right? They pushed for a larger, bigger force than them to come in and take the reins and figure out the harassment campaign and push it over into the widespread space, the internet sphere. From his own subs, they felt conflicted on this. ADL is probably behind the bans. I don't necessarily disagree with the ban itself. Anti-Semitism is on the rise and people need to be held accountable, but the ADL has gone out completely nuts lately, like going out there Jews for peace protesters. Not sure what people in here know about the ADL, but at this point, people call them the Apartheid Defense League, pro-Israel organization that weaponizes anti-Semitism to quieten pro-Palestinian voices. They claim AOC is anti-Semitic because she called for genocide and what's happening in Gaza to end. A lot of the comments are going to be pre-purged, though. That comment is, what is the ADL? Yeah. Like, what is the ADL? Never heard of them before in my life. Honestly, I think Ethan is not mentally healthy. There's been big conspiracies against him, one after another. He should not have a platform he has.
first of all, your joke was not about me not being able to say Habibi. This is just another gaslighting, ridiculous premise that you're lying about. Okay.
Also, I love him just weaponizing therapy speak. Being like, oh, you're gaslighting me. Like, I don't think Ethan knows what words mean. I've come to this conclusion. It's not what gaslighting means.
I mentioned that in the video. And second of all, first of all, and second of all, and third of all, she says that I worked with the ADL.
She says you weaponized the ADL, which you did. Again, intentionally or unintentionally, right? He dropped his video. Twitch has a major problem, right? Trying to get them deplatformed. The ADL got involved, caught wind of it, and weaponized their own infrastructure to pressure Twitch to get them banned. And Ethan was instrumental in that happening.
Get Zionist to get to deplatform. Now, what is there evidence that I work with the ADL other than the fact that I'm Jewish?
Other than the fact that I'm
Doesn't
Jewish.
that strike you as a little fucking racist?
Come on.
If I was like, if I was talking to
So
someone
what was the specific accusation here? Because that
I
kinda
was
made my head spin
working
a
with
little
the
bit.
ADL to get
That's not play the video. That's not what she said. She said that you weaponized the ADL to get her and other pro-Palestinian creators banned, which you did. Again, intentionally, unintentionally, doesn't matter. He was on stream saying, "Is she banned yet?"
Islam or pro-Palestinian creators
to get her
To get
banned.
Zionist banned.
deplatformed. Or what? Let me go back.
What did she
The
say?
power to push people to bully and harass me, including weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL
She says I weaponized the ADL.
To
get me banned off Twitch because I made a joke about you not being able to say Habibi.
Okay, so it's specifically that she got banned for the tier list segment
Because of the ADL.
Right.
That I weaponized?
Right.
How did I do that?
I don't know exactly.
I've never talked about the ADL, I don't think. Never endorsed. I've never worked with.
Like, okay. This is like, I'm trying to put in an analogy that like maybe Ethan can understand. This is like running a marathon with a baton, and you get to like near the end, and you're like, someone take this baton. Please, someone take this baton. And somebody runs up from the audience, takes the baton, and runs it through the end. You know what I mean? Like, you utilizing that person. Get it? Again, maybe unintentionally. Maybe he didn't do it on purpose. Maybe he didn't think the ADL specifically was going to get involved. But Ethan wanted other people, large organizations, maybe like the ADL, right? Maybe news publications to write articles about it so that she gets banned. That's what Ethan wanted. Ethan wanted Frogan to get banned, and he didn't care how it happened. That's why he made the video. He was a part of the campaign to get Frogan banned. That's it. That's very clear, right? He has said this himself. He has very clear that he wanted, and he co-signed her ban, took credit for her ban, said she should be perma banned, right? And the ADL was just the organization that took the reins. I was proud to let others live with Ethan on a sound stream in 2023, nothing else. But Ethan's own words and actions made me view him how I do. I think a way of looking at it, pretty much like someone posting openly on social media that when they have a huge fall about crimes someone has committed over and over again, and then crimes outlined and they get arrested, like, of course I didn't weaponize the police. Yeah. Or like, for example, if you want somebody to get like their sponsors dropped or whatever, and you're posting over and over again that like, oh, your sponsor's doing this, or sponsor's doing this, sponsor's doing this, sponsor's doing this, or like you're being sponsored by this, right? And then news agencies pick it up, and then like the sponsors drop the that person, right? You weaponized news agencies in order to get somebody's sponsors dropped. You feel me? That would not have happened if like that person did not continually post about the sponsors being on that person's content, right? In the same way that like the ban of the ARAS podcast would not have happened if Ethan did not try to, get them deplatformed and made the video, just documenting the tier list and lying about it. Like how he claims that Denim's weaponized TPS. Yeah, but even worse because like he wanted this to happen. Like he was on camera saying that they should get banned and that you should let Twitch know that you want them to be banned. You know what I mean? And the ADL just happened to catch wind of it somehow, some way, maybe through Ethan's video, maybe not. We will never know. And then pressure Twitch to ban them.
With like this is just racism. This is like if a black dude was like, if I was
I think, you know, the ADL.
If she was
the
talking
ADL
to a black
did
dude, it was like-
criticize Twitch, right?
Say what?
The ADL did criticize Twitch.
Yeah, no,
right?
it's true that they're the ones that got them banned. They reached out during this whole Arab tier list because it was going way beyond our community.
Right.
I wonder how it got that far. Genuinely. I'm genuinely, I'm curious. Why does he never acknowledge that he had a role in it getting as large as it did? He literally took credit for it. His words.
Do something, but
your face, idiot. And I did that shit. I'll take credit for it. I fucking did that shit.
He took credit for it. But now when it doesn't serve its purpose, well, no, it wasn't. It was way larger than our community. It got so large. It was doing kind of crazy. Like it was like, bro, and then it exploded, and it wasn't me. I barely even talked about it. When it serves his purpose, he's like, yeah, I did it. I got them banned. Yeah, I take credit for it. They should be perma banned. But now when it makes him look bad that he was a part of this this harassment campaign and getting the story to being as large as it is, or it was, now it's like, no, it wasn't just us. It was so large. It got so crazy. Because wasn't Ethan's second in command, Saltman, that we know he works with, actively trying to get Richie Torres and ADL to do something? Yes. Does the whole crew have dementia? No, they're just dick writers. That's it. They don't care to, like, you know, view what Frogan is saying charitably. Right? They'd be like, you never actually worked with the ADL. You don't have email chains back and forth with the ADL. So Frogan must be wrong.
But blaming that on me is fucking insane. That's like being like, oh, black dude working with the NAACP, huh? Like with no evidence. It's like, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
It's
sorry, give me 1 second.
It's also giving like shadowy org, like Jews in their shadowy orgs. It's crazy to lie about that.
Aye.
You just put that forward like fact with zero evidence. It's fucking insane.
Such your power to push people to bully and harass me, including weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made a joke about you not being able to say Habibi.
She accused me of harassing her while simultaneously lying straight up about me in an anti-Semitic way, in my opinion. And then she'd go, why do you stop talking about me? You know? Here, this is basically the logic. I think this person gets it. The point forward. It's simple. Dan Saltman worked with the ADL. Dan is Destiny Orbiter, and Ethan is secretly in cahoots with Destiny. Case solved. Yeah.
But no, it's iDubbbz, one of the only major creators besides Hassan who has actually defended me publicly in the last few months. This next section is about the double standards of Ethan's thinking. Let's get started with this clip.
Personally, though, and I've seen Hassan do this before, is he's accused me of it. He goes, "Oh, you just hate Muslims." It's like, bro, can you actually please just respond to a real argument? Like, please, bro. You know, he just like, you can't just sweep everything away by saying that. It's just not right. Are people very cruel to her? Yeah, for sure. So I'm supposing the counter to this would be showing me saying Islamophobic or anti-Arab jokes. That would be the counter to this clip. Because I think it's a good point I'm making there. You know, it's just, I don't know, man.
I don't know how to explain this to you, Ethan, because this is something you claim all the time, but some people are actually racist.
Yeah,
claims
I said
people
that
are
in the
mean
clip you showed.
him all the time because they're racist, using his religion as a shield of criticism, as he claims people are doing to me. A lot of the comments I get are about me being a hijabi and me being Muslim, so no.
Not from me and my community. I don't fuck. You think that I'm the only community that you've upset? Like, have you forgotten the hordes of people on every corner of the internet that you have offended with your thoughtless, insane takes? Veterans deserve PTSD. Did you not think that that would upset a fuckload of people who, by the way, lean conservative? My community does not make fun of you wearing a hijab. We don't give a fuck about that. I never have. That's for damn sure.
People are not more charitable to me because I wear the hijab, and I wish that was the case.
I have never. They accuse me of doing it. They go, "Oh, Ethan's just targeting Arab and Muslim creators." It's like I have never one time mentioned her hijabi or brought anyone's fucking identity into my criticism of them. Okay, so again, that's a good point, but maybe I'm lying. Maybe I'm lying.
I thought you were just big upping yourself.
And I have done that. That would be the good counter to this.
So I was trying to find where this ADL connection came from, and the only thing I'm saying is that when we talked about Dan Clancy, when you brought up the tier list initially, it was October 21st. And then later after the show, I believe is when the ADL put out a tweet about it. So I don't know if
that's rock solid stuff. That's a great perfect accusatory to say I worked with I weaponized the ADL. It's insane. It's fucking insane. Anyway, she's about to prove that I'm Islamophobic, right? Let me do this again because I think it's good. I have never. They accuse me of doing it. They go, "Oh, Ethan's just targeting Arab and Muslim creators." It's like I have never one time. By the way, Mike from PA, is he Arab or Muslim?
Oh, he wishes. He wishes.
Dude. He's not. Is Sean the Black Arab or Muslim? I mean, I don't know if he's Muslim, but I don't think so. You know, there's a lot of people in this story that is getting equal criticism that are not Muslim or Arab. It's fucking insane to claim that. It's just not even empirically true.
I saw today on the subreddit that Mike from PA is hanging out with Milhouse.
Oh yeah, two great kings. You know what I was just thinking that. It's Milhouse and the comic book guy. It's so true, dude.
Holy.
That's Mike from PA, and this is Milhouse. This is insanely poignant, this comparison.
Wow.
That is right on the money. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I love this. Yeah, this is a great episode of Simpsons. I mean, who else, that I talked about who's not Arab and Muslim? I feel like there's a whole bunch of them. Mention her hijabi or brought anyone's fucking identity. Noah Sampson is a white as fuck dude who's not Muslim. Why? You know what I mean? He's the one I'm saying I'm going to sue for defamation. So what the fuck? Be consistent. Just a liar, dude. These people lie like nothing. They cry bully, they hit, they lie. It's pathetic. And finally, there's enough people noticing it. You know what I mean? This has been my life for 2 years, where these people attack, harass, malign, defame. And then when I defend myself, I'm crazy. I'm psychotic. That's not really what's...
I'm back, chat. I'm sorry. I just saw an insane thing. At my job. Oh, jeez Louise, I'm going crazy. Going crazy. You missed the Muslim as Sean mentioned. Wait, no, no, he did not. Is it bad? It's rough. It's rough. Are you good though? I may be streaming full time soon. So that's a positive. But I think people, so this is what I'll say, 'cause I don't want to say too much. people, it's very easy to say just unionize your workplace, and it feels like a magic solution. But if you've never been through that process, especially if you are the person leading it, it's rough. It is a very rough thing to go through. You have a lot of responsibility on you, and especially in a workplace where like you're friends with people before coworkers. It's rough. And I've been wanting to stay because I feel like I will let people down if I leave, because this process only started because I took the step, and if I leave, I don't think it will continue. And so it's a lot of pressure just to, to do well and to perform and try to fight for things. Just had a buddy of mine try to unionize a small NGO. They fired 5 people immediately, and everyone else just left. Dissolved the entire thing. It's hard, yeah. And I think we're not that far away from that, and that's sad because I love the work that I do. And it feels impactful and it feels important, but it's rough. And if I do end up leaving, I'll tell y'all about it. We found a pairing union. I can't go into too much detail. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. But yeah, it's just. Yeah.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a
Sad cheated for the form of
I live when I believe.
Sad cheater just
Friend and I were
subscribed.
pushed out of workplace
Stay
illegally
subbed
for
up
trying
your
to unionize,
SDAB
unionizing.
approved.
It's a part of the solution, but it's very difficult, especially in America. Yeah. Okay, well, we're thinking for the gifted sub. Begging as a preschool I worked at. But from the ILWU.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank.
Yeah.
I live as a capitalist. Okay. I live
It's just
when I
it's hard when you're
Lyricats
like
just subscribed.
when you're remote and it doesn't feel like there's a lot of assistance. And we do have contacts with people who are very nice and will help us out. But like a lot of times, what I'll say, a lot of times when like a workplace unionizes, it's a lot of the times too late, right? And that's a big problem that nobody really talks about. If you could turn back the time, what would you have done differently? Do it a lot earlier. Like unions spread out of there being problems, right? And there being issues. And so by the time those issues come to the point where like, okay, we need to do something, it's oftentimes too late. Whereas like the actual workers are already, they're jaded, right? The team is jaded. The team, doesn't think things can change. And so there'll be some momentum at the beginning, but the process of unionization, it's long and it's difficult and it's arduous. And so a lot of people just, especially on top of current work, like right now I'm wearing like 3 different hats on top of my actual job that I'm supposed to also be doing, on top of streaming as well. And so being the leader of the union and scheduling meetings and getting demands and crafting demands and taking grievances and solving issues and solving problems, totally unpaid, right? It's hard. It is a hard thing to do. And I don't expect the team to like step in and outside of their roles to like, because like they weren't hired to like, freaking lead a union. There's no union dues. We're not even at that part of we are okay. I won't. have to be careful of what I say. Also puts you in a contentious position with nearly everyone. It does. It does. It's rough though, right? Because you see things that just happen, and there's like nothing you can really do about it. So like I'm keyed into some of the decisions that are being made, but like I get freaking like, you know, I can't, I'm not in the decision making position myself. And so things just kind of happen while we're in like the baby stages of like the union. And it feels kind of hopeless. You know? And I'm at the point where like I'm making more money streaming than I do at that job. And so it's getting to the point where like it's not worth staying. But like that's kind of what like, you know, management wants. They want you to feel as though it's not like worthwhile trying to fix the issues and push for something better, and that it's easier to just go somewhere else. You know? And I don't want to let the team down by just leaving. But if I were to tell y'all some of the things that are happening, it would be like kind of insane. You know? What you're doing is very noble. At the end of the day, you have to do what's best for you. But I'm not struggling. So that's the thing, right? I am blessed to even be able to do streaming as a thing. But like, but okay, here's what I will say. I think something that, and this is something I say, so that if you are trying to unionize your workplace, you can be aware of something that will oftentimes happen. Is there will be a certain level of disrespect for like working hours. Like I make it very clear that I am streaming, right? They know that I'm streaming. I'm not full time, right? I work a set amount of hours a week. But oftentimes, because I am like the representative of the union, I would be expected to like answer, you know, messages and emails and respond to people in a time where I'm literally not in office, right? And this undue pressure is a tactic that management will use in order to like pull you different ways, which is why oftentimes the unionizing representatives are not a part of the actual team. They are third party or outside representatives, so that people can actually do their actual work, and that's what their focus is on, and they have somebody to like, you know, bargain on their behalf. Like, I will, when I end up leaving, if I end up leaving, I will tell y'all what is going on here. But it's very easy because we oftentimes do say unionize your workplace, unionize your workplace. The nonprofit I'm working for goes public this week. It's just stressful. I'm not even heavily involved in the OC. I couldn't imagine leading it. Good luck with the efforts. Thank you. We do not have full-time release in the US, depending on the number of members you rep. I won't answer that. I don't have a problem talking about it, but some of the questions I'll refrain from answering at this current moment. Bunny Ranger, thank you for the prime. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's where I'll leave it. But just know that when I don't stream, I'm either like crying or I am trying to work through the other obligations that I have. So yeah, just I still think it's important to unionize your workplace and to work or to push for workplace organization. But do be aware that it is not as it's not as easy as people make it out to seem. But it's necessary. Okay, if I message you on Discord, I really want to help you with union because I have all time and energy being unemployed. You can, no guarantee I will respond though, because it's literally impossible for me to answer things. But there's a tangent. It's a tangent that I went on because of something that happened. I had to take a phone call real quick. But like, oh, geez Louise. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm just tired sometimes. Yeah, I think okay, and this is what I'll say as well. This is the last thing I'll say. Is that I think at some point we may do a fundraiser for a strike fund of some sort, because I have a platform that a lot of other team members don't have, and I am able with streaming to do some sort of labor action, work stoppage, or something of the sort, if it comes down to that. But there's people on the team who don't have that opportunity, and they need to work to survive. And I may want to see if I can raise money to allow people to sustain themselves if we were able to if it requires going there. Check-in's the last resort. It's still a resort. And again, I can't go into the intricacies, but you know, it may be a resort that is necessary at some point. Housing available at Hassan's mansion. Yeah. That's what I'll say. So I have to worry about that as well. I think your experience in organizing your own job will give you the skills you need to help other places with organizing, especially with your platform. Your dream is active. Oh, thank you. Trevor Messi, are you linking up with FD while he's in LA? I don't know if FD is still in LA or not. I literally have not. I've been worried about this other thing. So yeah, hope it goes better than Amazon at QC. Left Intel, Cisco, Oracle, laid off another S&P 500 company. I was lucky enough to fund a company in China while I was working for Oracle, and now we're slated to make millions and pay everyone fairly, fight for your rights, work to live, don't live to work. At least you're aware of the tactics so you can stop unions in the future. Near future multinational corporation. As a restaurant owner in my neighborhood that has shut down twice because the restaurant stopped trying to unionize and just reopen again under a new name for the other place. And unfortunately, they have the whole block. They own the whole block. I've been begging people not to support their business. Yeah, the nonprofit sector is also just interesting because this is a story that's more common than you think in like progressive nonprofits. This is like the nonprofit industrial complex, to the point where like some of the nonprofits that you are very aware of in like the political space are like running on skeleton crews because they have fired everybody for trying to unionize. They run like businesses, yeah. And to a certain extent, like you're dealing with like, you know, millions of dollars. I can understand, I can understand running with the fiduciary responsibility mindset. But it is kind of funny when like you have like, you know, progressive anti-capitalist nonprofit organizations running like a capitalist entity. To a certain extent, it makes sense, but it overshadows the real work good people do. Yeah, you just have to pay people fairly. Yeah, if I leave, I will tell. I'll tell all. I used to work in a nonprofit for an animal care organization. It's impossible to advocate for the application. Is higher wages, takes money from the food. Money and food from animals. Yeah. I was recently got canned from the ACLU for that reason. Didn't move to MX. There are also nonprofits owned by for-profit corporations that funnel any surplus money. Yeah. This advise you get your severance without an NDA. You think we get severance? What do you think we're bargaining for?
Mentioned that in the video. And second of all, first of all, and second of all, and third of all, she says that I worked with the ADL.
We saw this
already.
already.
Do not be
for the tier list, right?
How did I do that?
I don't know exactly.
I've never talked about that.
In the year, and it happened on strike since Ramadan till now. The company is still isn't budging. Is it cooked? No, it's not cooked. Charities are notorious. Notorious use the fact that they are a charity to shame workers into not unionizing.
ADL, I don't think. Never endorsed. I've never worked with. Like this is just racism.
Okay, right.
Way beyond our community.
Right.
But blaming that on me is fucking insane. That's like being like, oh, black dude working with the NAACP, huh? Like with no evidence. It's like, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm. You join H3 to unionize the crew.
It's also giving like shadowy org, like Jews in their shadowy orgs. It's crazy to lie about that.
Aye.
You just put that forward like fact with zero evidence. It's fucking insane.
Charles a black dude in his analogies. Yeah, he has black dudes on the mind.
People to bully and harass me, including weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made a joke about you not being able to say Habibi.
She accused me of harassing her while simultaneously lying straight up about me in an anti-Semitic way, in my opinion. And then she'd go, why do you stop talking about me? You know? Here, this is basically the logic. I think this person gets it, the point forward. It's simple. Dan Saltman worked with the ADL. Dan is Destiny Orbiter, and Ethan is secretly in cahoots with Destiny. Case solved. Yeah.
But no, it's iDubbbz, one of the only major creators besides Hassan who has actually defended me publicly in the last few months. This next section is about the double standards of Ethan's thinking. Let's get started with this clip.
Personally, though, and I've seen Hassan do this before, is he's accused me of it. He goes, oh, you just hate Muslims. It's like, bro, can you actually please just respond to a real argument? Like, please, bro. You know, he just like, you can't just sweep everything away by saying that. It's just not right. Are people very cruel to her? Yeah, for sure. So I'm supposing the counter to this would be showing me saying Islamophobic or anti-Arab jokes. That would be the counter to this clip.
Okay.
Because I think it's a good point I'm making there. You know, it's just, I don't know, man.
I don't know how to explain this to you, Ethan, because this is something you claim all the time, but some people are actually racist.
Yeah,
claims
I said
people
that
are
in the
mean
clip you showed.
him all the time because they're racist, using his religion as a shield to criticism, as he claims people are doing to me. A lot of the comments I get are about me being a hijabi and me being Muslim, so no.
Not from me and my community. I don't fuck you. Think
Not
that
from
I'm
me and my community? Okay, dude. Sure. Sure.
the only community that you've upset? Like, have you forgotten the hordes of people on every corner of the internet that you have offended with your thoughtless, insane takes? Veterans deserve PTSD. Did you not think that that would upset a fuckload of people who, by the way, lean conservative? My community does not make fun of you wearing a hijab. We don't give a fuck about that. I never have. That's for damn sure.
People are not more charitable to me because I wear the hijab, and I wish that was the case.
I have never. They accuse me of doing it. They go, "Oh, Ethan's just targeting Arab and Muslim creators." It's like I have never one time mentioned her hijabi or brought anyone's fucking identity into my criticism of them. Okay, so again, that's a good point, but maybe I'm lying. Maybe I'm lying.
I thought you were just big upping yourself.
And I have done that. That would be the good counter to this.
So I was trying to find where this ADL connection came from, and the only thing I'm saying is that when we talked about Dan Clancy, when you brought up the tier list initially, it was October 21st, and then later after the show, I believe is when the ADL put out a tweet about it. So I don't know if
that's rock solid stuff. That's a great perfect accusatory to say I worked with I weaponized the ADL. It's insane. It's fucking insane.
I mean, he also made a video calling on Twitch to ban the AR's podcast on the 19th, which I don't know why AB doesn't bring that up. Someone but his AB guy. Like, okay, chat. AB's not defending Frogan here, but like he is adding a tad bit more context than Ethan has just been ignoring. The fact that there is a link there, to be entirely fair. Now, to be fair, AB should be defending Frogan by saying, you know, hey, maybe the coverage that we gave it on our very popular podcast, right, led to, led to the ADL getting involved in the first place. Maybe he's giving less than the bare minimum pushback. Yeah, just like a little sprinkle of pushback, just a tad bit. I don't want friends like AV. Maybe I was raised different. No, I get it. Maybe he's a hologram of who he used to be. I'm just trying to figure out how he gets to the Muslim misconnection. Because I think Chad's lying about that.
Anyway, she's about to prove that I'm Islamophobic, right? Let me do this again because I think it's good. I have never. They accuse me of doing it. They go, "Oh, Ethan's just targeting Arab and Muslim creators." It's like I have never one time. By the way, Mike from PA, is he Arab or Muslim?
Oh, he wishes. He wishes.
He's not. Is Sean the Black Arab or Muslim? I mean, I don't know if he's Muslim, but I don't think so. You know, there's a lot of people in this.
Wait, okay. Okay, wait, I have a question. When questioned with like, you only target Arab or Muslim creators, you say, is Mike from PA Arab? Is Sean the Black Arab or Muslim? I thought he didn't target me. I thought he didn't know who I was. Then it's okay if you are. You're only looking for the resubscription. Much appreciated. Just mentioned you to say that he's not Islamophobic, but he doesn't know if I'm Muslim or not.
Is he Arab or Muslim?
Oh,
I know what this stream is, but I have a 19-month sub. True.
He wishes.
He's not. Is Sean the Black Arab or Muslim? I mean, I don't know if he's Muslim, but I don't think so. You know?
I don't know if he's Muslim, but I don't think so. Do I give Muslim vibes, chat? Is it my Muslimish hat? I've been told it's Muslimish. It's the hat, yeah. The hat does it. It's the hat. The more you know. The more you know.
There's a lot of people in this story that is getting equal criticism that are not Muslim or Arab.
Wait, so I'm getting equal criticism to Frogan now? I thought he doesn't talk about me. I thought he didn't know who I was. So look, I'm like Schrodinger's freaking ow, that freaking hurt. I'm Schrodinger's critic. Give me Christian American vibes. So where's the logic with the Habibi tier list? He was the only Jewish person on the Sabra tier. Who knows? Schrodinger's Sean.
Fucking insane to claim that. It's just not even empirically true.
I saw today on the subreddit that Mike from PA is hanging out with Millhouse.
Oh yeah, two great kings. You know what they? Yeah, I was just thinking that. It's Millhouse and the comic book guy. It's so true, dude.
Holy.
That's Mike from PA.
Shit.
And
I don't watch The Simpsons. I don't get Simpsons references. Wasn't Raph also in the same tier? I don't remember, actually. They put Scootish in that tier too.
this is Millhouse. This is insanely poignant, this comparison.
Wow.
That is right on the money. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I love this. Yeah, this is a great episode of Simpsons.
I don't understand this comparison. I don't watch The Simpsons. So.
I mean, who
I'm sure
else,
it'd be
like,
funny if I did.
mean, that I talked about who's not Arab and Muslim? I feel like there's a whole bunch of them.
He named 2, by the way. He named 2. He's like, I'm sure there are many more. I'm not gonna think about it any longer because my brain hurts. But like, I'm sure that there's more. I'm sure that there's more. But he only brought me up to talk about how he's not Islamophobic. Right? While simultaneously being like, I never talk about this person. So he talks about me equally to that he talks about Frogan, right? To prove that he's not Islamophobic, but he doesn't talk about me because nobody knows who I am. And he never talks about me. He said he didn't even know if you weren't Muslim. To be fair, his fans don't either, you know? Like an old person, old dude. He's doing that I have black friends. Nah, he wouldn't even say that. Funny hat, thank you.
Mention her hijabi or brought anyone's fucking Oh yeah, Noah identity Sampson
into-
is a white as fuck dude who's not Muslim. Why? You know what I mean?
Well, you don't know if Noah's Muslim. He doesn't know if Mike's Muslim. He has no clue. What is he? Is he doing it based on like looks? Based on looks? He's like, you don't look Muslim to me. So you must not be Muslim. White guy can't be Muslim. That's interesting. That's weird. Yeah. Okay. Also, he said Mike, white guy, definitely not Muslim, definitely not Arab, right?
Like
Noah, white guy, definitely not Muslim, definitely not Arab. Sean, right? Not Arab.
Just subscribe.
Muslim.
I'm Muslim because I follow Sean and Hassan.
Muslim, maybe. Why don't I get the definitely not Muslim? Why like, I feel like Ethan's a little bit racist. I feel like this is a little bit racism from Ethan. Yeah, he's definitely not prejudiced at all. Yeah, black guys can be Muslim, white guys can't. White people just cannot be Muslim. Okay, this is separate. And I won't get too deep into this. Right? Have y'all seen the discourse that's currently going on Twitter right now, on like leftist Twitter, communist socialist Twitter, about like how communists can't be religious as well. This is why I don't go on Twitter. Why do they care? I have no clue. This is my only question. Whenever this comes up, I was like, why does it care? That's them from the Muslim revert guy. Yeah. To be fair, that screenshot was kind of funny. He was like, 2008, Jewish. 2009, evangelical Christian. 2010, Irish Catholic. 2012, Jewish. Like, that was funny. I will say, I would say that was a funny screenshot. I think that was pretty funny. That it said he went back to Judaism like 2 separate times. That was a funny screenshot. I will say that was funny. Right? But the people were being like, somehow this person is like a grifter for like it was immediately funny, but the discourse like that. Yeah. For like just like trying out a few religions. A buzz about converting to Islam while being MLM and leftist. Another white person corporate treated us ducking on them for embracing Islam. Yes, essentially. Right, and this entire conversation doesn't make sense to me, right? Because I'm like, one, you don't even have any. You're a freaking leftist. You don't have any power. You don't have power. You're a leftist. Number one, so it doesn't even matter. And number two, what are you gonna do? You're gonna outlaw religion with what state? You're a communist. You're a communist. With what state are you going to outlaw religion? It doesn't make any sense. With what mechanisms of power? You're a communist. And so the entire discourse is just, it's so stupid. Because I'm like, one, it doesn't matter, right? So long as people aren't hurting each other or hurting anybody else. Religion is not necessarily a problem, right? And two, like, with what power are you going to outlaw religion? I think people conflate religion with the church. They are two different things. No, you're incorrect. It really stems from like a level of like superiority to be like, it is Reddit atheism. It's like, I don't believe in any of that stupid stuff, right? I don't believe in any of that stupid stuff. It's like, I'm better than you are, kind of thing. But that's really all it is. Religion would definitely be problematic without the church. Yeah, but again, number one, if it's so long as it's not hurting anybody, then I don't necessarily think it's a problem. And number two, with what state are you going to outlaw it? Are we just talking to talk? We're just like talking just how bad religion is just to talk? Are you going to outlaw religion? If not, then what are we talking about here? It doesn't make sense. It's literally just moral superiority, like grandstanding. That's really it. Outlaw religion inside of my own house. Are you threatened Catholics? Yeah. On my personal property. There's no religion on my personal property. Like because the convo is forming around a communist movement, which means we don't have one or a state yet. So why are we talking about excluding people who are religious? Religion is problematic. With the church, Shadow Church is a political powerhouse. People love talking, and when they run out of things to talk about, they just make up other things to talk about. Exactly. That's all we're doing. Especially when they're freaking leftists. And they don't have anything else to talk about. Well, we don't have a vanguard party. There's no revolution happening. What do we do? Help people out? Get in our communities? That's boring. We can just start talking about stuff on the internet. Because why not? Because why not? And it just, either way, regardless, neither party here has any power, right? People who are like, anti-theists, and they hate religion, people who are religious, people who aren't religious, but are like, who cares, right? None of us have any power. We're freaking leftists. It doesn't even matter. We're literally screaming at each other about like, essentially nothing, right? Essentially nothing. So yeah, that's my take on the discourse. Ooh, on my back. Ow. It's the same as what would your job be in a post-revolution utopia be discourse? Exactly. It's like I'll be a police officer in the post-revolution, and you're like, no police officers will exist post-revolution, or like maybe police officers is not the best topic. Like I don't know. I'll be a teacher. They'd be like, there's no teachers post-revolution, and then people like argue about that, and then people are like, and it's just like, we're talking about post-revolution in America, dog. What are we talking about? I'm gonna be a landlord post-revolution. I'm gonna be a landlord post-revolution. I'd stream. There will be no streamers post-revolution. Oh yeah, I did see this. And this goes into like a deeper thing. Karl Marx called religion the opiate of the masses. 19. Like, I'm gonna be real. I don't care what a 19-year-old has to say in any regards, if I'm being entirely real. Like, you're 19. You feel me? Like, why? The problem with the internet is I can see the opinions of a 19-year-old at any time. Is that what he meant? It doesn't even matter if that's what he meant. Who cares? Who cares? Like that's the answer. You know what I mean? It's the same response of like, you know, like oh bad I called you a Zionist. Who cares? We're freaking leftists. None of this matters. We are basically just sitting in a corner jerking ourselves off. That's it. It's meaningless. We are powerless in a world that is oppressing all of us, essentially. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. Like, are you going to go out and arrest religious people? Are you going to shoot people praying in the street? No? Then who cares? Who cares? Does it matter? Yes. With what power? There are no cops post-revolution. I'm terror reading post-revolution. I will be the cop. But if it's just a nerdy cult at this point, I mean, yeah. Because we have more things going on. Yeah. I mean, like, and we're talking about like Muslims in my post-revolution Marxist utopia? I think not. No Muslims in my post-revolution Marxist utopia. That's what we're doing. We've devolved into this. We've devolved into this. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You know what? Cool. You know, let's get to your post-revolution Marxist utopia, and we'll figure it out then. How about that? We're playing make believe like children. We are. And we are, essentially. Discourse has truly brainrotted us. Yeah. Dibs on being the prophet of communism. Sorry, that's already taken by Karl Marx. You will never live to see the Marxist utopia, even if we begin the process towards communism now. It's like a challenge, chatter. You don't know me. You don't know me. But yeah. Anyway, I thought that was a funny bit of a bit of discourse that I saw, to the point where I'm like I just kept scrolling past it because I'm like, don't. This is my advice. Like, if you are if you're like a religious communist or whatever, like don't argue with these people. It's meaningless. They don't have any power. They're nothing. They're nobody. Like, practice your faith. Do you, right? And so long as you're not, hurting anybody else, yeah, 99% of people aren't gonna have a problem with you. You know what I mean? And that 1% who are like, you must not pray in my presence because I don't believe in what you believe or whatever. Like, just ignore them. You know what I mean? I'd rather argue about the gorillas, but more productive for society. True. They are just people who have had bad personal experiences with religion. I think that it's the worst power structure in existence, which is obviously silly. Not even. You know what I mean? Not even. Like, some people who have like religious trauma that exists for some of them, but some of them are just like literally just like white kids who are like, I don't believe any of that those silly things or whatever. You know what I mean? Like the 19-year-old Welsh kid who was like just finished reading Marx and was like, yeah, religion is bad, Like I don't think this person had like a bad experience with religion or whatever. I think it's just like, what is religious trauma? Question. It can manifest itself in a number of different ways for a number of different reasons. Just like basically, essentially, reductively having a bad experience with religion. That is like traumatic, Like queer people oftentimes have a bad experience, especially in like American evangelical society. Queer people oftentimes have bad experience with religion. Like growing up, that's just the case, and it's a real thing, right? It's a reality that we live under. You feel me? And I don't fault those people for like, not liking religion. Like I'm not sitting here being like, I'm going to convert all of you to whatever religion I practice or whatever. Like, it's a thing. Right, but that's not all Islam. That's not all the people who are like, especially for this discourse. Like, these people are not coming at it from like a religious trauma perspective and how like religion has negative effects on society. Right? These people are just like, like Reddit atheists. I don't believe that silly stuff that these other people believe. Right? And if you're a communist, you shouldn't believe that silly stuff either. Look at what Marx said. Marx said, no, don't believe that silly stuff. Yeah, there's just edgy white kids. They're stuck into I'm 14 and this is deep phase. Yeah. I used to be like these guys in high school. They're religious, but for Marx, they won't like if you say it. But essentially, they view Marx's words as like gospel. Right? This is the truth. Yeah. Skeptic bubble of 2015 never really popped, and the educators are still everywhere. Yeah, but now they can be on both sides of the aisle. The skeptic bubble used to be kind of like the apolitical pseudo right-wing reactionaries, like the amazing atheists like style consumers, right? But now they can be like Reddit atheists, both left-wing and Reddit atheists right-wing as well, right? So you have like right-wingers who also are like Reddit atheists, like, anti-SJW. I don't believe this silly stuff.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to VA__NNIE.
It didn't pop up. Thank you for the gifted sub, whoever gifted. It didn't show up for me for some reason. Yeah, I don't know. Believe and use Marx out of context, to suit their ideas, just like some religious people. Yeah, it was a long time ago. Oh, okay. You guys have one thing in common, which is to make sure to talk about Islam more than any other religion. Exactly. For some reason, and like if you press them on this, they'll also be like, "Oh yeah, no, I think Judaism and Christianity are also bad, right?" But for some reason, they have a lot more smoke for Islam than they do about for any other religion. Weirdly enough. And you called it out and they're like, no, I hate Christianity too. Don't worry. Right? But then why did you start this conversation talking about how bad Islam is for the left? Interesting. I was trying to quit. You're gonna have this take. You're quite literally Muslim-ish. Yeah. I think nihilism and Islamophobia is the internal issue. Yeah. Christianity is literally historically anti-communist. To be fair, Christianity is historically anti a lot of things, especially in contemporary society. I don't think it's inherently like anti-communist, but you know, it's a lever of power, right? It's used as a political force, and as a political force, it will be used to be anti-communist. You know what I mean? I feel like these people also are very disconnected from organizing because they weren't. If they weren't, they'd know that a ton of organizing happens at churches and religious spaces. Yeah. Yeah, they don't go outside. But to be fair, again, they're 19 years old. You know what I mean? Of course they don't go outside. Like, their praxis is on Twitter, right? Like in my hometown, there was a mosque and a church that like were across the street from each other that partnered up, right? I don't know, it was every Wednesday, and would just like go out and like feed the homeless. You know what I mean? Like, and then people who are like, you know, like Reddit atheists would, you know, be inside on Twitter those same Wednesdays, tweeting about how religion is bad and how it's used to divide people and how it sucks, while religious institutions are like working together across religions to like actually do the practices that person should be doing. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. So my point is, don't put too much stock into what these people say. Like, they are, in the grand scheme of things, powerless. Like a 19-year-old socialist or whatever doesn't have any power, right? So there's no reason to argue with them about why you're valid for practicing your religion. Just ignore them. Just ignore them. They're not important.
Sean the Black says, she's my African princess.
Jeff is Ed just subscribed.
Oh, that's so behind. Why is it so behind? That was 40 minutes ago. Jeez. There's be a large number of Christian socialists in this country. Guy who wrote the Pledge of Allegiance was one and thought that the pledge would make people more socialist. He's probably rolling around in his grave. That's pretty cool. I didn't know that piece of history. I trust a socialist who hasn't worked a day in their life. True. Have you watched Righteous Gemstones? Great Christian comedy. I haven't. Is that the Adam Sandler thing? No, that's Uncut Gems. No. I don't remember. Uncut Gems was Sandler. Oh, okay, I was correct. I think one of the things not considered by some Reddit-esque atheists is about their religion as a critique is how. Oh, but I guess we'll never know what this chatter was saying. I guess so true, chatter. Is how exactly. It's how. Yeah, big religion got him. Sorry, I got answered. Now you're good. Is Uncut Gems a Steven Universe fanfic?
The boy's a liar. The boy's a liar. Say your goodbye. He doesn't see ya. You're not looking at me, boy.
What do you mean by this? What does this even mean? Number one, how would you know this? Number two, what does this even mean? Why is it called uncut gems if it's real at all? I have questions. I am confused. Shake him, I'm gonna throw him. Bah! There we go. That's pretty funny. He gone? Yeah, he gone. Anyway, sorry. There are layers to the implications of that joke. Yeah. Basically, religion historically has been a strong institutional tie to the society structure itself. So, part of a socialist critique of religion comes out of a critique of religion as a part of the superstructure of society. That's true. Right? It's almost impossible to decouple the usage and the structure of the church and how it was instrumental in the shaping and the guiding of society, right? Especially contemporary society, right? But one thing I think a lot of people also don't recognize and understand is that science has often, right? Science has often also been used as the, superstructure of society, as a foundation of society, to serve similar purposes to the way that bigotry has also the way that religion has also worked in bigotry, right? A good example that I use of this is like phrenology, right? Science is a tool that was used by bigots and by anti-bigots, right? In order to serve a specific political purpose, right? Eugenics is another example, right? The justification of people being exterminated under a scientific basis, right? It doesn't mean that science is inherently bad. Doesn't mean that we should throw it all away. Doesn't mean that you are inherently inferior for practicing science, right? It's just that science was used and has been used to justify bigotry of many different forms historically, right? The same goes for religion. Religion has been used to justify bigotry, right? Used for justification for imperialism, justification for genocide, justification for expansion, right? But conversely, has also been used as, a defense against those things. Psychology came from slavery and experimenting on black women. Yeah. Psychology has a massive bias against poor and minority communities as an entire practice and profession. Also, many of these r/atheist types are making individualistic critiques of saying, why are you as an individual religious, rather than how religion can be used as a tool of the system of the press. It's a tool, if you're saying it can be used for good or bad. Exactly. Because when no one's shoving science down your throat, yeah, chatter, yes, they are. Like, historically, yes, they did. Phrenology was used directly as a justification for the enslavement of entire groups of people. Like, it was the basis, foundationally, of slavery and why slavery was justified. You know what I mean? Like, it's that's how it's been used. Right? And there's critique that you can make over, like, the way religion is used in contemporary society, right? And how it's used as a political force in order to justify, sorry, my Discord ping, I think it's Asmongold live. Justify, what's it called? Like ignorance or bigotry and things of that nature, right? But it's a tool the same way that science is a tool. These are all tools. They're not inherently, like, wrong. Who? Exactly. Science is the reason why we have mutually assured destruction. This is true. And part of science accepting that you don't have all the answers and you need to stay curious. Sure. Right? That doesn't mean that, like, people can't interpret like science incorrectly to serve their own political purposes. In the same way that people like twist and misinterpret religion to serve their own political purposes. Right? It's a matter of interpretation. People interpret science in order to justify bigotry, justify like I mean that people that are against religion are uncurious. I mean, at that point, we're getting into the depths of like, you know, yeah, like the more like a philosophical argument against religion or about religion. But yeah, and that's not always practiced. Sadly, sometimes scientists are the first to not be curious. It really depends. Yeah, it depends from a political. It depends from a political perspective, right? Most people start with yo. My thing is behind, so it's not gonna happen for a while. The majority word, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello. Don't get confused by Ethan Klein on the screen. We're having a good discussion about Twitter discourse. But welcome in. I hope you had a good stream. I hope the stream was good. I do have a question though. Is the debate happening? I gotta know. I gotta know. If we know, dang it. I thought y'all have inside information. All right, bro, you already know the answer. Can I not hope? Can I not dream? You want ads? That's crazy. Give us ads. I literally can't even run ads. Ads already ran recently. Press the I button. I literally cannot, chat. It will not let me. It is grayed out. I cannot run ads because it says I recently ran an ad already. So rip. Rip. Just being racist? True. Why is there a church on every corner of every city? Why are religious zealots always the ones seen to have political power? Whereas religion is literally one of the capitalist's best tools for oppression. It is a tool for oppression, but it's a tool, chat. You said it yourself. It is a tool, right? The reason why in America, it seems like Christianity as a political force is so much larger than like other tools of oppression is because it has found success as a justification to use that tool for political oppression. Right? But it's not religion itself that is the problem. Right? It is a tool. And it is a tool that has historically been used for oppression. Right? It has. I'm not saying that it hasn't. Right? But I'm saying that even despite all of that, chastising people for their personal faith is not going to like, oh wait, sorry. BRB.
He's the one I'm saying I'm going to sue for defamation. So what the fuck? Be consistent. Just a liar, dude. These people lie like nothing. They cry bully, they hit, they lie. It's pathetic. And finally, there's enough people noticing it. You know what I mean? This has been my life for 2 years. Where these people attack, harass, malign, defame. And then when I defend myself, I'm crazy. I'm psychotic. That's not really what's happening. I'm hallucinating it. I'm a crazy Jew. Matt Lieb is a Jewish white dude. He's not Arab or Muslim. Seems like there's more white dudes or non-Arab Muslims than there are Arab Muslims. So what are you talking about, man? Again, this is why this all started, because you were straight off the, by the way, you're not the best at this. Straight off the back, when I unfollowed you for supporting Hamas, you said I'm Islamophobic. So I don't think it takes much for you to throw that around. By the way, Comrade Casey's a white dude. So we got Comrade Casey, we got Noah, we got Mike, Dan Clancy we've got. I think Denims is...
She might be Muslim.
She's Egyptian. I don't know what.
Well, she's from Lebanon, so I'll give her that. But is she Muslim? I don't even know.
No, she's from Egypt, I believe.
So background at least, probably, right? So I wouldn't even include her. I'll give her that one. You know, it's like, what are we doing here? Come on. And by the way, I will never say like, when I call someone like Frogan anti-Semitic, I'm doing it in the context of a specific example. I'm saying this, what she just did, is anti-Semitic. But these people don't know how to engage honestly. They just don't. They're incapable.
Sorry, I'm back. I did an inspection of the apartment. This is something that I find interesting. This is me, but if you want to be have a religion, fine, but public depiction of religion should not be legal. I'm sorry, you have countless wars because of religion. I cannot stand for the weaponization of religion to gain and maintain control of the masses. Yeah, you're stupid, Chatter. I'm gonna be real. How are you going to outlaw religion? Just tell me that. I'm curious. How you're gonna arrest people for public displays of a religion? You wear a cross, you get thrown in jail? Like, explain this to me. Just walk me through it. Seems fascist to me. Chatter sounds fascist. Like I'm curious. Maybe there is a way to do it that's not like, you know. I mean, public places bearing religious symbols. Like, what do you mean public places? Like, if you own a business and you put like I don't know, like a cross outside of the business, you get arrested. Like, what are we talking about here? like a church can't exist. Like, you know, a temple, you have to, like, you know, take it down because it's a public, you know, place of religious, you know, a faith. A graveyard, you kick down every gravestone. Like again, like, you have to think these things through. It sounds good, right? Have your temple in your home. Oh, so you genuinely you want to like burn down every place of religious worship, every mosque, temple, and church. You just demolish it. I'm sure this is gonna go swell. This is gonna go great, chat. This is gonna go work flawlessly. I promise. To begin public house argument. If you're worried about a religious wars, try taking it away from people. It won't be fun. Wait, so really don't think women should be able to wear a hijab in public? I genuinely don't know. Like, and this is the problem. This is the point. You have to think through, like, just logistically how it would work, and if you are feeding your own ego, right, and satiating your own hatred, or you're doing something that's productive for society. You know what I mean? Again, I'm not saying you have to be religious. I'm not saying you have to like religion, right? But you have to understand that, like, maybe something that, like, will make you feel better internally is not something that's, like, beneficial for society. You know what I mean? Like, it's not. Secularizing the government is good. Secularizing the people is bad, in my opinion, and that's fine. What did Marx say about religion? I don't give a fuck what Marx said about religion, Chatter. I'm gonna be real. This is the problem. You're exactly who we were just talking about. You've replaced God with Marx. Marx is your Jesus. I don't care. It does not matter. You are not going to just take the religion out of people. You're not doing it. You're not doing it. It's not going to happen. And the problem is that people have tried. The Chatter is arguing for something that has been historically tried and has failed time and time and time again. It's in response with my words. You literally say that. You say no public displays of religion. Do your religion in your house. How is that not fascism? This is just me, but if you want to have a religion, fine, but public depictions of religion should not be legal. Sorry, I have countless words because of religion, and I would not stand for public weaponization of the religion to gain and make control of the masses. And I said, you want to burn down every temple? And you were like, yeah, you have your temple in your house instead. This is why people hate communists, man. China's gonna tear down historical buildings. I never said burn down temples, man. You said, I said, do you want to take down every temple? And you said have your temple, like have your temple in your home. What do you mean then? What does this mean? If I say, do you want to take down every temple? And you're like, have your temple in your home. What do you do with the ones that are already there? I'm just curious. I'm just wondering. What about the mosques that are already there? What about the churches that are already there? Church choir would sound like it in my apartment. There's a reason why they were built that way. No religious congregations or services, or you go to jail. All right, I'm out. You can leave. Goodbye. If you cannot defend your position, you know, adios, amigo. Like, yeah, just check your fascism on the way out. Leave your fascism at the door. We'll take care of it. You know what I mean? Hating religion is one of the dumbest things leftists waste time and energy on. Literally. Turn churches into third spaces for like group gatherings for a common belief. Yeah. like a group gathering for a common belief. Yeah. Something of that nature, you know. They already are. That I assume that the chatter was joking. I assume they were joking. Imagine arresting people for free speech. It's kind of wild. Trying to kill curiosity, which is just innate to life. I think, ironically, these people care more about their anti-theism than people care about their own religion most of the time. No. You're entirely correct. You're entirely correct. Most religious people don't think about their religion as much as these people think about hating religion, right? And again, keep in mind that no one here is discounting the fact that religion is used as a political force, especially in America, right? Nobody is discounting that. You feel me? But they're just like, I'm going to make it my personal brand to just hate religion purely on vibes. Like, not even coming from like a religious trauma point of view, right? Because that I understand. I get it, right? If you're a trans person who was done wrong by the church, you feel me? And you're like, I hate religion. I'm not going to sit here and be like, you can't do that. You know what I mean? Like, and the craziest part is because like, there are the people who are like, just like, I hate religion because I think I'm superior to religious people. Like outnumber proportionally to the trans people who are just like, I don't like religion, but like you can do what you want to do, you know, just stop hating trans people. You feel me? But like the r/Reddit atheist Andes who are just like, no, all religion gotta go. Hey, ho, all religion gotta go. Honestly, I settled for revoking taxes upside for every single church or religious organization. No more Mormons hoarding billions. Even then, that's not gonna like fix the issue. I do understand where you're coming from though, right? But I do think that this won't fix like the problems of like having religious as a religiosity utilized as a political force in the institution of America. You know. But I do understand. I do get this perspective. Hopefully, you're on the front page when the conclave starts. True. The thing I find most irritating is that none of these edgy white kids will say this about my people's indigenous religious practices because they aren't widespread or institutional. It does shit on people who are sucked into into the most widespread religions in the world. Just performative progressiveness. Yeah. Also, not engaging with religion, which is what allows it to grow into what they dislike about it. Yeah. All the new age atheist dudes are just fashion style, same hair as Bill Maher brand. Like Russell Brand? Didn't he like do like a whole like, I'm a Christian now, so please forget about my rape cases thing? Bill Maher is an atheist. I think pretty famously, like, you know, r/Reddit atheists. Green was a big atheist before the Christian thing. I mean, but to be fair, we all know what that is, you know? We all know what that is. It is to make it their personality think that banning religion will stop conflicts when religion itself isn't the cause. It's just a tool used to justify it most of the time. Exactly. Right? Which is why I wanted to talk that chatter through, trying to interrogate what they believe. Right? Do you think religion is kind of dying out anyway? No. In America, it does seem like that because a lot of more people are becoming more secular. But like in the global South, religion is still very prominent. Like extraordinarily prominent. And so I don't think it's like dying out. I think it's losing a lot of favor in America as material conditions worsen, and people who have used religion as a way to try to cope with that don't see their material conditions expanding. And so you see a lot less very strict adherence to religious norms and customs, as opposed to like, you know, a widespread belief change or something like that. You know what I mean? I disappeared for a few hours and he's still addressing the Frogan video. To be fair, we got distracted. Like we are about 45 minutes into Ethan's video. Faith in institutional religion. Faith in institutional religion is also very different from all religions. Wait, faith in institutional religion is also very different than all religions. Yes. Sorry, I can't read. I'm dumb. We have to be really clear about what we're talking about. There's personal faith and belief versus political institutions. The former will always exist, but the latter is uniquely intertwined with the American government. Yeah, you're correct. 100%. Right? And I am for decoupling. And as I think all like Christians should be for decoupling the usage of religion and Christianity at the behest of the American government for its nefarious means. In the same way that like a lot of Jewish people should be for decoupling the state of Israel with Judaism, so you're able to practice your faith without that faith being twisted and taken and used for nefarious and evil purposes, right? Like as a Christian, you should want people like Trump to like not be holding up the Bible while talking about killing all you know, homeless people and like evicting immigrants from the country. You know what I mean? Like that should hurt you. That should be like, I don't like this. I think that's a bad thing, and that should stop. Right? But a lot of people don't do that. A lot of Christians don't do that because they politically align with Trump. Not because like they think Christianity is about that, is about evicting immigrants, right? Not that they think Christianity is about like eviscerating homeless people or demonizing trans people or hating on gay people, which some do, don't mistake me, but because their political beliefs come first, right? They start with their political beliefs that like trans people are bad and that gay people are bad and that immigrants are bad, right? They are racist, they are bigots, and they justify that with whatever they can, right? There's a reason why there are still conservative atheists, right? There are still right-wing atheists, right? Their justification for their conservatism is just different than religiosity, right? They have found something else to supplement what they believe, and it's not their religion, right? It's maybe it's science or it's the economy, it's economics, right? They use economics as their religion. They say, oh, immigrants are bad for the economy in this way and this way and this way, and therefore we should have no immigrants in this country and we should deport them. Maybe even sports, to be honest. Yeah, it's something. It may be sports, right? It may be misogyny. It may be the patriarchy, right? It may be white supremacy. They just find something that they can support their beliefs with, right? Whatever it may be. And oftentimes it is religion, because religion is very easy, right? It's very easy to pull that switch and get people to like not pay attention to all that bad stuff you're doing. You feel me? Only one viewers, not even Ethan Kleinbump could help you out. Chatter. You do know that like that's like 0.02% of Twitch, right? I'm asking you this for your sake. You do know that. I made more than your dad made last year streaming. I just want you to know that you're just so you're aware. That's so funny. I Fortnite someone for 1K. Should have gave me some of that money. I'd spend it better. True. Shake him. Now I'm gonna throw him. Bow. Oh, sorry. I didn't throw you far enough. Bow. There we go. How many viewers he got? He got 2 followers. He up there. He grinding. Not sure. My dad is Mr. LGTV. Listen, if your dad is Mr. LGTV, I'm cooked. I'm gonna be real, and I'll admit it. If your dad is Mr. LGTV, I'm cooked. I'm cooked. Slam him into the wall repeatedly. Oh, I should do that next time. That'd be funny. Imagine showing up into the chat just to say the dumb shit. True. Really good shit about the views. Ethan is still a Zionist. Some may say. And I will say, hey, at least my numbers are going up. That's all I gotta say. At least my numbers aren't going down. So Banna, we need the views. He's right. He got me. Cause it's important because I was about to hype you up for having 1K. He's like, man, only 1K? That's crazy. And I'm like, it's firmly within the top 1% of Twitch. Like, people will sell their left nut for having 1,000 viewers. And I'll accept it. I'm very blessed to have that. I appreciate that. Did you make those chats you pull out to a DVD style motion? I thought about that. I genuinely did think about that. I just don't know how I would do it. Right? It's not only the case of Christianity. I'm from Turkey, and the people are brainwashed and controlled by Islamist political propaganda, making their business to comment on how secular women live their lives. This leads to things like C-section being banned, being brought up in an environment is arguably more extreme in America. Has created a disdain for religion in most people, and I completely understand that, right? And that's a bad thing, right? And I think you are allowed to have disdain for religion. Keep it up with Python. Yes, we should code that tomorrow. Maybe tonight. I do have a meeting at 1 o'clock. But yes, but my point is that I forgot what my point was. My point is that you can not like religion, right? And that's totally fine, right? All Muslims for my pain I feel is extremely stupid, just to clarify. No, I understand what you're saying. I think your pain is valid, right? And I think any leftist who would invalidate this pain is also incorrect. I don't think many do, but I think any that do is incorrect, right? It's entirely valid to have a personal experience with religion that is not good, that is bad, right? And to personally not like religious institutions. That's entirely fair. Right? But when we talk about like outlawing religion, outlawing public religious symbols, and we start getting into like infringing on people's personal beliefs from an anti-religious perspective, right? Then I think those people are bad. Right? It's also not going to institute socialism. Like you can eradicate, every single religion as it exists ever, which you couldn't do. But imagine if you could, if you had a button to do it. Boom, no more religion. You're still going to be oppressed. You're still going to be living under capitalism. There will still be some justification for this society. Who added this nut button thing? Gosh darn it, probably Katie. Pretty sure Marx never said that religion should be banned. At least I know Lenin 100% never said that. They take Marx as saying that religion is the opiate of the masses as like, therefore it's bad and should be eradicated. As opposed to a contextualization that within a society that does not fix its material condition people will more likely extend and find comfort in religion as opposed to, you know, like as a way to cope with the current society. That's what he was saying, right? That's what he was saying. It wasn't like haha, you are stupid for doing or for practicing religion. It was, so long as material conditions are not satiated or satisfied, religion will always exist as a way to comfort people who live under capitalism, right? People were like, now we should take the opiate away, right? We should take the opiate away. Just take it away. Instead of being like, okay, let's deal with the root issue here. The roots problem here. So people don't feel the need to have or to take opiates, right? Let's deal with what's causing the pain, right? Instead of just taking away the opiates that people use to deal with the pain. And people are so focused about like, we just want to steal the opiates from people. Let's just take it away. And it's dumb, actually. It's dumb. It's people who, and when I say that I don't care what Marx says, it doesn't mean I haven't read Marx, by the way. Like, it just means that, like, you know, you're just stupid. You don't understand what Marx is trying to say. Marx isn't even incorrect. He's not wrong, right? But again, it's the interpretation. It's the interpretation that people mess up. Right? Same with religion. Right? It's the interpretation that people use and utilize incorrectly and weaponize for their own political purposes. People who are anti-religion using and weaponizing Karl Marx's words to figure out or to solve their anti-religion, you know, political purpose. They just hate religion personally, and they don't want actually what's better for society. They just want to eradicate religion to make themselves feel good. You know what I mean? When drugs are good and use them wisely too, they are not necessities, which is what Marx was focusing on. 3, a third people will make new religions, maybe even around anti-religious religion quotes and figures. Yeah. Also, our goal should be to build on these ideas. Marx was not all seeing. Those views are from a snapshot in time. Exactly. And they require interpretation. They require contextualization. Like in that way, it's similar to like a religious text, right? Taking religious text, it is not meaningless, but it's meaningless to you without interpretation. When you go to church on Sunday, like, and you have a pastor who's doing a sermon, what he's doing is he's taking the text and he's interpreting it in a way that it'll apply to your life in contemporary society, right? And which is why, like, ironically enough, the anti-religious Marxists could learn from religion, right? There are things that they can glean from religious practices. Marx's words need to be interpreted to the society that we live in, right? Because we live in a different society than Marx lived. Especially because people build culture around religious practices. So in a way, if you're trying to eliminate culture by eliminating their religion, that is why in the past communist projects attempted to suppress religion have been interpreted as something to homogenize culture understandably. Yeah. Also by historical context too, the Soviets suppressed Orthodox Church because the church was so heavily tied to the fascist wing in the Civil War. The basis of Catholicism is our integrity to leftism, and now you have to about people, even if you've never met them or even if you hate them. Now we're talking about fundamentalists in another way. Yeah. Oh, geez Louise. If the state suppression of religion worked, Russia would not be 62% Russian Orthodox today. And I think that Hakeem has a good video that we watched before, speaking on this as well. But yeah, look at Cuba and tell me that communism is with no religion. I mean, this is a problem. It's just like, here's the issue. Issue is that people have their own personal gripes with religion, which is fine, right? But they believe and they think that if they fulfill, they satisfy their own personal desires, then you get communism, right? And that's inherently incorrect. Communism is literally built foundationally on community. It's not about you getting exactly and precisely what you want at this given moment, right? And you're like, I decree as the leader of communism, we have no more religion. It's not about that, right? Now, if we have a society that is built around a community-focused endeavor and religion slowly fizzles out into nothingness, then that's what it is. So be it, right? If that's how society is meant to evolve into a state where we are not in a profit-driven mode of production and we move away as a society away from religion, then that's what's going to happen. But if that doesn't happen, then that's not what's going to happen, right? We're trying to shove a square peg in a round hole right now for a problem that just doesn't exist because we don't live in a communist society. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me. This segment took a lot longer than I thought it was going to. I'm gonna be real. I think we should have more religions, make them specific, like subreddits or Discord groups. Oh, trust me, those exist. If you haven't seen the hundreds of different types of Christianity, like they get very specific. Like literally, it's to the point where like you will have a branch of Christianity, and they'll be like, actually, you said this word wrong in the Bible. It's actually no, it's pronounced this way. Well, we're branching off, baby. We're branching off. You have two different religions on a different way to say a specific word in the Bible. They don't play games. They say if you disagree with me just slightly, we're our own little thing now. Like, it's like, how many steps did Jesus take off the ship when he was in the boat with Peter? He took 3 steps. No, he took 4 steps. Well, new religion. We're spreading off. Jesus took 3 steps. Jesus took 4 steps. Like, that's what it is. That's literally how it happens, by the way. Religious is the first Discord split call. And yeah. Splinter Discord server energy, because it is. It is. It gets down very specifically into like the little intricate differences. He took 3 steps and you're going to hell if you think otherwise. Like literally, that's literally what it is. It's like, we thought he took 3 steps and if you think otherwise, you're going to hell. No, he took 4 steps and if you think otherwise, you're going to hell. Actually, he just stood off the boat. And if you think otherwise, you're going to hell. It is literally Splinter Discord energy. I'm young for this, but it's literally the net split of IRC. I am too young for that. I am a youngie. Youngin. Thinking he took 3 steps to satanic, yeah. Jeez Louise. But yeah, that's we went very deep into like I literally brought it up just to laugh at like how dumb Twitter is. He didn't take any steps, he floated. I'm pretty sure somebody that's somewhere. We're laughing, we're making jokes about this, but like I guarantee you that this is not a non-zero chance that like this is actually a splinter between different sects of Christianity. Like this actually might be the case. I don't know. Twitter is real life though. I didn't think about that. You're right. Episcopalians just wanted divorces. And honestly, W. Big if true. Big if true indeed. Yeah. This was fun. I had an enjoyable time today. We didn't get literally.
She's my African princess.
_, just subscribed.
How long ago was that one? That was 38 minutes. So it's 40 minutes behind. What if I do this instead? Actually, no, that's fine. I think it's like I got a lot of follows today. Because I have a lot of follows, it's so far behind for my subs. Jehovah's Witnesses don't believe Jesus on a cross but on a stake? Wait, really? Like, on a stake in what way? Like, he was just like staked into the ground? Like, there was like a stick into the ground and he was just like... Okay, now I'm confused. Like a ribeye? I don't think like a ribeye. I think it's a different kind of steak. You're like a telephone pole? Okay, but logistically, how would that work? Wrist above his head? But like, I mean, you can nail a person to a pole. I mean, yes. Would wrist above his head make sense? But like, also called God Jehovah. To be fair, like a lot of sects of Christianity call God Jehovah. But like, okay, that girl Jehovah's Witness and they think the hands were above his head. But isn't like the cross the entire? Okay, do Jehovah's Witnesses like? Do they wear crosses? Is that sacrilegious? Crucifixion was very specific and documented. Jehovah's way cooler name than God, to be fair. To be fair, God has a lot of names in like Christianity. Jehovah's is a very strange, a very culty. I think it comes from paganism. Interesting.
The boy's a liar. The boy's a liar. Say your goodbye. He doesn't see it. You're not looking at me.
There's no other symbolism at all. No holidays other than religious service. Really? Eastern Orthodox Church did the no symbols thing too. I guess I can understand, at least from a Christian perspective, why certain sects will go no symbols. I don't understand the no holiday thing though. Have you never watched Community? No, never watched Community. I actually agree with no idols thing. Some of them believe, but they take it to different degrees. No symbols is different than no idols, right? Because no idols is a very like generic Christian ideology about worshiping no like false idols as though they are God, like, and symbols be more as a proxy, right? Like the symbols themselves are not like God themselves, but like the symbols are just, it's hard to explain. Yeah. They think all holidays are pagan and they don't celebrate birthdays because every time a birthday happens in the Bible, something bad happens. That's pretty interesting. So guess their birthdays, because it also is pagan. I tried to send a message and got blocked. I did it. Oh yeah, you said Godhead, and it blocked it, I guess. Interesting. They can't do blood transfusions too because blood is sacred. Yeah, that's dumb. Holiday things are under paganism and idolatry as well. Like birthdays are derived of celebrating ego in their view. I'll say the no blood transfusion thing is dumb. I'm usually not for like criticizing other people's practices unless it's like actually like harmful. Like blood transfusions are a good thing, which is why I say that practice is dumb. But like I think it's fine if you don't want to celebrate birthdays. I do think that's interesting, and I don't read like the Bible like that. And so I won't say that that is dumb, but like this is dumb. This is dumb. I think, and this is my guiding principle behind like religion is like so long as it's not harming themselves or other people, then I think it's fine. But this is actually actively harmful, and you should not do that. You know what I mean? You're killing your kids because you won't give them treatment. Yeah. And it's specifically because of like their specific interpretation. Right? Like, I don't read the Bible as though you can't have a blood transfusion. Right? Some people are like, oh, the Bible says you can't have a vaccine, which is like, you have to like, and in my opinion, you have to read very, very, very deeply. Like, they interpret it in the most literal way. But that's the problem is like, there's so many different translations of the Bible that you have to do some level of extrapolation to apply to like contemporary society. You know what I mean? Like, it's impossible unless you're reading like gosh darn Aramaic. You're going to be reading a translation regardless. Exactly, it's like interpreting what Marx wanted for his utopia. God said, "Thou shalt not get vaccinated with Bill Gates' woke nanobots." Yeah, it's like the Constitution, but way older. Yeah, Greek. I say no vaccines, but then I have a tattoo saying Dace Volt or some. Yeah. This Jehovah's Witness kid died after refusing blood transfusion. Yeah, this is damaging, and this is a bad thing, right? Which I think, like again, you should call out. Coptic Orthodox fast like 240 days a year and actually read Aramaic. Really? They believe their translation is the most accurate. They refer to it as the truth among truths. Yeah, I think that's dumb too. I'm gonna be real. Like how? You know what I mean? I don't understand how you believe that. You feel me? You have to understand that like you're not reading like the original text. It has been translated, and that's okay. That's fine. It doesn't make it like inherently invalid, but like you have to at least understand that part of it. Maybe not. I don't know. Crazy because Jehovah's Witnesses are very pro-vaccine. They are practice social distancing and did virtual Bible study. I tried using Jehovah's Witnesses are pro-vaccine but anti-blood transfusions? I tried using the translation argument against Jehovah's Witnesses once. She pointed out the Bible passages are interpreted as God's working through the writers in every version. How does she square the fact that different writers can say different things for the same verse? Right? Or different translators. Kyla's got a new translation a while back when I was in middle school. We had to learn the new mass responses. Easy multiverse theory. Don't ask me, I'm not religious. See, my religion was easy growing up. You know what I mean? Like it was easy to learn. There was no like weird rules about like, actually this is why this translation is bad and wrong, but this is why this one is right. Like it was simple. It was normal. You know what I mean? We didn't have all these newfangled religions. Yeah, we just had good music. Exactly. We just had good music. Our religion gave me wine. Same. W. Well, to be fair, they gave us grape juice. They said it was wine. We didn't get any sick wines or whatever. A founding member of Church of the Black. Peace be with you. Response change from and also with you to and with your spirit. Catholic, so I just listened to Mass and what the Pope said. Yeah, that's easy. That's easy. You know what I mean? Now it's all this crazy stuff. Yeah, I do think it's interesting to learn about different different religions, just in general, not even just stopping at Christianity. It is interesting, right? Just purely from like a curiosity perspective. It was big embarrassing if you messed up in lines in mass. Interesting gambling is haram in Islam, but you can invest in specific funds to trick Allah. Really? Really? That's okay. See, I love learning this stuff. And I feel like you miss out on a lot of cool lore if you are just like, all this stuff is stupid and goes away. Yeah. You know what I mean? One of my almost degrees is in religious studies and I'm an atheist. It's interesting to learn. Theology is fun. It is fun. Educated without religion, they will thank you later. I don't have kids. Got to been saying Arabic terms and English is so cool. Oh, they were talking about how this in Hassan's chat a few weeks ago, how you could cheat Islam without technically it being haram. Ow! Went to a Pentecostal church once and it was scary. I don't even remember. Well, I said I don't remember. I've never been to a Pentecostal church. I don't even never been to a Pentecostal church. Anyway, I do have a meeting soon that I do have to get ready for. This was a good little chat though. The Buddhist I knew was a pathological liar, an extreme pothead, man smoked 24/7. It's scary. They sing in tongues. I grew up Pentecostal. We didn't have snakes. You were the lame type of Pentecostal then. Pentecostals are weird. Women wear dresses and can't cut their hair, and men wear suits and they do Holy Ghost shit. I think my cousins are Pentecostal. They left the church though. The religious left the church. That church was crazy. And actually, you know what? I won't say that. I won't say that. They were very not great to women. Even there for the Lord chat. Yeah. This is fun. Maybe we'll finish this video eventually. Oh wait, Ethan doubled down on his tweet, like got him to leave Twitter. I didn't talk about that. Him defending DICKTONE. I didn't talk about that either. Maybe I get mentioned again. Who knows? As I hate the new route he's hitting Frogan, saying that she isn't necessarily deserving of hate anymore after dragging her and slighting her for the past few months. Yeah. Okay, maybe we'll hit it tomorrow. You see anything in your title? We got through a little bit of this. We got through a total of like 50 minutes. You know? Oh gosh, oh jeez. Who is DICKTONE? I don't know anything about him. Don't worry about it. He's banned right now, so he's not important. We did not do Steven Universe fanfic. Yeah, I do have a fun meeting soon today with a talent agency. Wait, he's unbanned? So maybe I'll get represented. Maybe not, right? Because they may ask for some crazy stuff. If they're like, we want 50% of your revenue, I'm like, nah. Nah. But if they're like, hey, we'll bring you sponsorship deals, and we just take like 10% of those sponsorship deals we bring you, I'd be like, that'll be cool. Honestly, that's cool. Don't get scammed. I'm not signing anything until my mother sees it. She's my manager. Counter offer, you get 0%. I get 0% or they get 0%. Is it Kick again? No, it's not Kick. Kick keeps reaching out to me about, I'm not going to your platform. Well, maybe. If you can, okay, Kick, guarantee me $10,000 a month. Then maybe I'll go. Wait. That's not bad. That's 120K. Post taxes. Sign the deal and I'll stream for you. Yeah. I'll watch on YouTube. Yeah. I can get to at least 10,000. Okay, this is where I'll call. Oh wait, also I forgot YouTube chat's still here. Hello YouTube chat. We didn't end today. We didn't close. But shout out to you all. Thank you all for watching. And yeah. Oh wait, there's a hater here. I have no idea what he's saying though. I don't read stupid. Got him. Okay. Adios YouTube chat.